You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide.
What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. This is Modi J, and this is the Mo You Know, and it's the Daily Diddy, or is it Diddy Day 17? I don't know, and I don't really give a damn. But we in the courthouse today. They got a late start. They started off at about 11 a.m. You know, I was rounding around. I had to go pick up some bags, had some things dropped off. You know how that goes on a Thursday to get prepared for the weekend. But since we get to start a little bit later, yeah, we're gonna get it truly early. Uh, yeah. So I'm looking at my notes from yesterday. I'm looking at my notes from yesterday, and yeah, y'all tried to play a nigga yesterday. I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all tried to play a nigga. So today I'm gonna be reading in my head what's going on in the courthouse until I get at least 50 likes. I did 6 hours yesterday, and I only had like 63 likes because I wasn't checking. So today we ain't doing those 6 hours with 63 likes. We ain't doing that now more. I'll go ahead and I'll just have it on the screen. Y'all can read it to yourselves, but I won't be reading unless we stay at 50% because that was just absurd yesterday. I've never been disrespected in my life. Y'all made it seem like I was the nigga on the stand. Y'all made it seem like I was the one throwing exquisite freak calls with cocaine. And y'all made it seem like I was the one in here dangling people off the balcony. Y'all made it seem like I was the bad guy. I said, what? What the hell? I'm a good, honest man. And that's how I got treated. I said, man, you know what? Today we ain't even going to, you know what? We ain't even going to talk about nothing. I'm going to just read the shit to myself because obviously y'all don't give a damn about it. So fuck it. Go get y'all information from somebody else today. Don't come over here with that shit, man. Go somewhere else, man. Go somewhere else, man. Get out of here. Go on, get. You ain't welcome around here. Y'all like the vampires off the centers. Y'all are not welcome. Y'all stand y'all ass outside the door. You don't want to pay the entry fee with just a like button. Just stay outside, man. Stay outside. It ain't fair. It ain't right. It ain't right how they treat me. It ain't right. What up, OT? What up, Torian? Yeah, Torian, I be on threads every now and then. I be bored as hell at work. It'd be like 8, 9 in the morning. So I'm on there talking some trash. What up, Nicole? John Norris. OT is the realest in the building. If I didn't make that clear the first time, he was never at a Diddy party. I don't think. I don't think Diddy was really out in Detroit like that. My dog OT don't really move around the states like that. He like to be comfortable. So he like to stay in the D, pausing in the D. But we in the courthouse, so we ain't got to say pause. But y'all know what we getting at. What up, Candy? All in with all I see. What up, Lily? Miss Niecy. Hey, all right. No 6. Shit, no 6. They were calling me Baby Jeezy, nigga. Mo was the snowman. Get it? I was iced out. Plus, I had snow, man. Now hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We did start late, so today we got the defense back up there for maybe roughly an hour with Banna, aka Brianna. So we got about an hour there. Then we got redirect. So Jane Doe, they might. Well, there typically hasn't been any waiting. So Jane Doe will probably be on, and maybe shit. But yeah, it had to be after lunch because it's 11 o'clock. Unless the judge said there's no lunch today and we just go 11 to 4. There technically shouldn't be a lunch if they didn't have to be here till 11. You should have ate at 10 o'clock. Yeah, we rolling today. What up, Smooth? What up, Marquita? Bad Company said they need to update so you can see who like. Nah, because those channels that get 5,000-10,000 people, they not trying to see all of that. Unless there's like a little thing next to the, that would be cool. Next to their name, like a little green check to show that they like the screen, or like a little thumbs up or something. But all right, yes, we got this. Of course, we're getting all of our information from Inner City Press. He's in the courthouse. We're also getting the live updates from CNN, who gives us a little more in-depth information on what's actually going on. If you guys didn't hear yesterday, if anyone's out there on social media, if you plan on going to the courthouse, do not mention who Jane Doe's name is, but I ain't going to the courthouse, so I don't give a damn. We're thinking that it's Gina, but we sure will find out. Get our CNN updates. Right now, Brianna's still on. The one who was hung over the balcony. She's still up. The defense is still on her ass for maybe a couple of hours. All right, so here we go. The judge questions the relevance of Brianna's alleged balcony incident. The judge asked the prosecution why Brianna's balcony incident is relevant to the charges against Diddy. They said the incident with Brianna in Cassie's apartment shows the jury how Diddy's violence extended beyond Cassie to other people close to her, which helps prove that Diddy's alleged coercion against Cassie. All right, so the judge said, all right, it'll go. So, yeah, basically just trying to show that it's a pattern of things because everybody says it's only DV against Cassie. So that's what they're trying to prove there. Let's see what Inner City talk.
Press here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Thursday, June 5th. We're heading in for, I believe, day 17. Could it be of the?
Hey, nah, OT. That interview with Cam and them wasn't wild. That shit was a borderline unacceptable. For them to say it paused as much as they do, that interview should have never went down the way it did. You know what I mean? Cam was asking some wild stuff, but all of it was like, come on, man, this is borderline getting there. But the Punisher said, man, I just couldn't do what I had to do.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Thursday, June 5th. We're heading in for, I believe, day 17. Could it be of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial? It's starting a little later today, and so we've managed to get a few things done, including writing a story about the Diddy docket, the Civil Division, in which his former security guard, Joseph Sherman, sued Graves, who sued Combs and Sherman and others for a alleged sexual assault. Well, Sherman countersued, in a sense, for defamation and was lost. This was dismissed, and in fact, there's going to be some sanctions. We put the order up. You can find it on Inner City Press and Patreon. But I digress. The criminal case is rising.
So a former security guard of Diddy sued a lady who is suing Diddy and him. He tried to countersue for defamation. They dropped that, so they must have some information on him. What up, DeMarcus? Nah, Fed cases aren't televised, man. You don't need to know. The only thing you need to know about Fed cases is you don't want to be on the defendant side. They don't televise it because they get on your ass. Fed cases, they ain't going to televise how they beat the hell out of people in the courtroom. Not literally, but figuratively speaking. Yeah, they don't televise that. The Feds is different. You want to know what's going on? Come on up here. Come on up here. But typically in Fed cases, I won't say, most of the time Fed cases are bigger cases. There's more light on it. So they got to protect witnesses, but it's just a Fed case. So, you know what I mean? Most of the time when you think of Fed case, you're thinking of the bigger charges. You know, they got to go across state lines. And typically when you're doing something like that, you know, it's a larger type organization or criminal gathering, shall I say.
Yesterday, Frank Piazza, the video expert paid by the government, $295.
If I was stateside, would I be in New York? I mean, if I knew somebody in New York, yeah, I would go up there and go to the trial. Like, say during those pandemic, like those 5 years before I moved overseas, yeah, I would have went up there. But I need a place to stay because I'm not getting no this ain't that. Like, man, hell no. Nah. In order for me to be going to that trial every day, I'd have to have at least 1,500 people in my lives. But yeah, I'd go to the courthouse maybe one day, maybe 2 days, and then come back home because I'm not paying for no hotel in New York for them to bust me over the head for some bullshit and some rats running around. You know what I mean? Nah, I'd have to consistently have like 1,500 to 2,000 people on my lives if I was going to actually go to this courthouse every single day.
$295 an hour, and they went round and round. And the defense, had him narrated again and again. I'm not sure if it was that smart. Then there was Bana, who was dangled off the balcony. Now, Nicole Westmoreland did a pretty effective cross, pretty aggressive. Basically, she came right out and said, "Are you lying? Are you lying?" Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. But that is the question. If you're going to plead not guilty and you have these witnesses saying you did these things, either they're lying or you're lying, right? Unless, of course, there's a legal dispute about you did do the thing, but it doesn't constitute RICO, which is the thing that's going to come up. I did a podcast. I think it's an NBC station based in Tampa, but you'll find it. Rooted in Progress. It was quite fun. So there's that. That's what you do when you have a little bit of time off. And we're working on week 4 of this trial because there continue to be ridiculous disinformation, including that Brad Pitt testified in the trial, quoting Inner City Press. We never reported that. What happened is that one of the events in the trial involved, at least initially, the premiere of a Brad Pitt film killing them softly. So I think these things are AI. I think they just pick up on mentions of people and then turn it into that they testified. I think they do it for just monetary, filthy lucre reasons. In any event, we're going in, and today the big one is Jane. And today the issue is whether there'll be a new order trying to tell people how to keep pseudonym in place. Here's one way: don't put up the wrong exhibits on the screen. Once you do, that's that. But we're going to abide by every rule. I totally believe in that, but I also believe that people have a right to know what happens in court. So it's a balance, but it's a balance I think we're, well on the side of. There's a guy in a Beckham Jr. jersey coming up. I don't know if he's connected to the case or not. We'll have to see. There's a lot of people out here that we keep talking to. Now, there's some serious immigration cases. On the retail level, Yosan Chung of Colombia, Judge Buchwald gave...
Yeah, man, we don't care about that. Hey, yeah, they always blame everything on AI. But yeah, the defense are the ones that put up the wrong video or photo of Mia on the stand. And then they were like, oh, my bad. So that's how her identity got out. I mean, people in the courthouse knew who she was, but her identity got out because they put the wrong one, and say, oh, man, we're supposed to put the other picture up there. All right. Breonna's back on the stand. Combs' accuser is expected to read text messages aloud in courthouse during her closely watched testimony. Jane Doe, one of Diddy's accuser, who is testifying under the pseudonym, will read text messages, conversations aloud in the courtroom when she takes the stand, prosecutors said this morning. So we're going to remember, we got Jane Doe on the stand today, tomorrow, and potentially Monday. And then the defense will get Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. So it should be like 2.5 days for each because she got to fly out on Wednesday. So it looks like this morning we're going to get straight into text messages of Jane Doe and Diddy. So this right here might be some damaging evidence. As far as this balcony thing, even I said, everybody say, You bias to one side. I don't care if Diddy's found innocent or guilty. When the defense is up there, I'm on the defense's side. When the prosecution is up there, I'm on the prosecution's side. I even said yesterday that knife fight, I thought that was a little far-fetched. Now, I could believe he hung her over the balcony. That sounds like some shit this nigga would do. But the knife fight was out of control. Diddy came in and threw a knife. Cassie ducked that knife. Cassie grabbed the knife out the wall and threw that knife. Like, I'm thinking that's a little far-fetched. That's some crazy shit right there. Like, I don't think they were throwing knives at each other. So me, that part of the story, I was, I had to entertain you guys, but I didn't believe that part of the story. But the balcony situation, I mean, I could probably see that happening. It ain't too far-fetched. After I seen that the nigga running with just a towel on in that video, and we confirmed that was real, I could believe this nigga hung someone over a balcony. But hey, again, I don't care if he's innocent or guilty. We're here for entertainment purposes. So get out your feelings over here. There will be jokes. There will be reenactments, all of that. We got about 5 to 6 hours ahead of us. So kick off your shoes and relax your feet and party on down to this Modite beat. Just kick it. All right. That's what we on right now. Brianna's back on the stand. Let me see what else it says. It says the discussions arose as a group of media outlets argued over access to the exhibits submitted into evidence during Jane Doe's testimony. As of now, the judge has said no exhibits will be shown to the public in the courtroom, and the prosecution will eventually release the exhibits to the press. So what they're saying is they want to let everything go through the court first. Typically, all of this stuff would be readily available for you. But since this person is up under a pseudonym, they don't really want that identity to get out until after they testify. They'll let the court see it. The jurors will see it. The gallery won't be able to see it, but then they'll release it. So I don't know when they'll release this, because once they, like, after this day, I mean, she still got to get back up there. So I don't know. We'll see how they do it. The judge denied the media application. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey said she'll have Jane read the text messages aloud, so they'll be heard in open court and captured on the record in the daily transcript. When to expect Jane Doe? The defense cross Brianna, longtime friend of Cassie's, continuing this morning. Prosecutors have said they'll call Enrique Santos next. So that's the guy that was a radio personality and interviewer. And I promise you, I know he was either at the 2011 all-white party or the 2014 party. I need someone to find me that link. We watched it on my video. We watched it on my live. Jay-Z was there. Xbox was there. We've seen a lot of people there. I just can't find that video now unless they scrubbed it. His time on the stand is expected to be short, and afterward, Jane's closely watched testimony is expected to begin. Well, we don't know, OT. They haven't mentioned anybody's name. There are 10 videos that have been submitted, though. That video expert said that there's 10 videos. And I guess if the celebrities are just, if there's no it would be irrelevant to show a video or talk about celebrities being in these freak offs unless we're seeing an exchange of money, You see what I'm saying? Like, if there's no crime if it's just a straight freak off, then all right, you know what I mean? Like, say it's the two he-he's, you know what I'm saying? And they doing whatever they do. If they doing whatever they do, that's just what they do. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be relevant here unless you see Diddy slapping the hell out of somebody, or you see Diddy handing somebody some drugs. There wouldn't be any point of showing those. Like, if I'm the jury, Your Honor, why are we watching this shit? What are we looking at? What are we doing here? But yeah, so unless there's really a crime there, I guess we wouldn't be able to know. Did I get my food? Nah, man. So I didn't even get to go over there today. So the DFAC opens up at 11:30, but you want to get there like 11:05, 11:10, because it's gonna be a line. It's gonna be a long line on Thursday because all the niggas come out. I'm talking about they come from far and wide. So you want to try to get there, but we end up getting 2 trucks, and let's just say there was a lot of dinero. We'll just put it like that. There was a lot of dinero that I had to deal with today. So it kind of held me over to about 12:30-ish. So I didn't get to go make it, unfortunately. But the job got done. And one of my coworkers had to drive home and give his wife like some medicine or some shit like that. Because this is supposed to be my week off. I'm supposed to just be in there chilling and doing my supervisor duties, just watching, making sure niggas ain't, you know what I'm saying? But hey, put that down. What we got going on over there? But since he left, I went ahead and did well, I can't carry nothing anyway. You know, I'm on admin duty anyway, so I can't move nothing. I ain't pushing no carts. I ain't doing what y'all getting in. What y'all bring me the inventory list. I ain't doing nothing. I'm on admin duty for at least another 4 weeks. I told the doctor I need at least 2 months to recover. I got a bruised rib contusion. You know what I mean? 4 weeks, and then I need another 4 weeks just to make sure that I'm good. You know what I mean? So I ain't doing nothing at work but admin work. So no, I didn't get it today. But all right, so we're gonna see. We're gonna see if we got any updates. CNN's just saying she's back on the stand. This is all from earlier. It said the state said we want a screenshot of Cassie's communication with Miss Courtroom. Oh, okay. So this is going back to where the judge was asking, why is it relevant? So again, the state said we want a screenshot of Cassie's communication with Miss Courtroom, that's Diddy's chief of staff, about Brianna being dangled off the balcony. So this isn't made up for everybody saying yesterday, oh, they was grilling her. She was making that up. There's text messages from when it happened to Christina Courtroom, who worked directly with Diddy. And that's why we heard that there was a FaceTime call 2 days later, and Diddy was doing that same apology, looking away from the camera and shit. So it did happen. There's a text message between Cassie and Courtroom about what happened. So it wasn't made up. You know what I mean? All right. So the judge said, how does the balcony incident, how does it connect? It just shows a pattern of Diddy putting foot to ass and, terrorizing people. I don't know, man. I got to see some proof about the knife fight. The balcony, all right. But the knife fight, I got to see some information. All right. And then we got Alex Shapiro saying it should not be admitted. It is a backwards looking statement. The screenshot was captured in September 2016, shortly after the incident. It doesn't say how Ms. Ventura heard about it. Could have been from someone else. All right. The defense is stepping up. All right. The judge said, bring the jury back in. All rise. All rise. Judge to the jurors. Jurors, we have a lunch coming in for you. We're going to take a shorter break. Miss Westmoreland. All right. So I guess they're going to they're still getting their lunch. I guess this is the federal government. So you're still allotted your one break, your lunch break, and you get 2 breaks. So I keep forgetting this is the federal court and they still got to follow federal guidelines. So you do get a lunch regardless of what time you coming in, and he got to give them breaks. So there's going to be a short lunch. It's probably going to be a 20-minute lunch because they're bringing the lunch in for them because they're trying to get people in and out. They're not trying to get Jane Doe's testimony tossed out if she has to leave next week, if it's going long. So the judge is making sure that everyone's getting a fair amount of time, 2.5 days. That'll take us all the way up to Wednesday night. So the judge is making sure that it's fair on each side. They're bringing food in today. Hopefully they ain't bringing in like no seafood or nothing because I'd be upset. But all right, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. What you guys did to me yesterday was a travesty. We already had 100 people and we got 40. All right, we treaded in the right direction. We had like 40 or 50. We like 43%, but I'll take that for right now. No Diddy. All right. So Brianna's back on the stand. 24 minutes. We at it. All rise. Bring the jurors in. Miss Westmoreland said, what is this photo of? Brianna said, drugs. You sent this photo to Cassie? Yes. All right, now let's look at DX1287. What's this? Some type of drug? How many types? I can't tell. Westmoreland said, you're still doing drugs with Cassie on May 31st, 2016, right? She said, yes. Just before this, Mr. Combs threatened your life? Yes. You weren't scared to continue dealing with Cassie? I guess not. Okay. You said Mr. Combs groped your breast. Objection, Your Honor. Ask again. Westmoreland said Mr. Tyrone, which was her lawyer at the time, but she dropped her lawyer because she says he was putting in incorrect information. Mr. Tyrone said Mr. Combs groped your breast. True. Some of the things he wrote were not true. You fired him and hired a new civil lawyer, and they drafted a lawsuit. You reviewed it to the best of my ability. Y'all close y'all ears. I gotta talk to Princess, dog. Y'all. You think them niggas is bringing lobster tail in to these 16 knuckleheads sitting in the jury box? They ain't bringing in no damn lobster tail. The only tail they gonna get is goddamn pig tail. They gonna get some pig feet, some pig tail, maybe a goose tail or whatever. They ain't bringing no lobster tail in for this jury. They ain't bringing in no crab legs. You gonna get caterpillar legs. Man, they ain't bringing in nothing that you want. They're gonna bring in some cold sandwiches, straight turkey meat with American cheese and a big ass piece of bread. That's all you're getting. Nothing else. They not bringing lobster. They not bringing shrimp. They not bringing crab leg, crawfish, none of that. They might bring you some a can of tuna. You want some seafood? Here's some tuna. That starfish can of tuna, you got to let the water drip out of, but you ain't getting no lobster tail. Ooh, no, lobster. No. Y'all might get 2 glizzies a piece from the nigga at the corner selling the hot dogs. Y'all might get some glizzies with some relish and some ketchup, but you're not getting no lobster tail. No, not no lobster tail. Oh, what we getting? You in the jury box, judge talking about we got a short lunch today. Oh, what we getting, Your Honor? Hey, order in the court. My bad. I just want to know what we were getting today. We only got 20 minutes. And I'm here. Word on the street is there's going to be lobster tail. I just need to make sure because I ain't had lobster in a while. And it's going to take a little longer than 20 minutes for me. You know what I mean? So, judge, I just got to know. Is it lobster tail? That's just what juror number 7 was saying. No lobster? I'm tapping juror number 1. Like, man, I told you, Princess just be lying. She's talking about lobster and crab. Man, the judge talking about we getting a glizzy. So Lunchables. My baloney has a first name. It's OSCAR. We ain't getting no lobster tail now. Come on. We ain't getting no lobster tail. All right. All right. Westmoreland said, look at this document. Only for the parties, ma'am. Isn't it true that your lawyer, Mr. Tyrone, alleged for the first time ex assault, and although you knew it was untrue, you began repeating it? Can you rephrase it? Oh, man. All right, so let's see what the update is from CNN. Brianna is shown text with some illicit substances on there that she sent to Cassie after the alleged threats from Diddy. Defense attorney Nicole, who's been one of the best defense attorneys we've seen in this trial so far, has showed Brianna text with photos of drugs that Brianna sent Cassie in the month after she alleged that Diddy threatened her at a photo shoot in April of 2016. Brianna also testified that images she sent to Cassie appear to be drugs, but she says she isn't sure what type. Brianna confirmed that she and Cassie continued their friendship as usual at the time, despite the alleged threats from Diddy. Corey said Little Kim is there. Corey, cite your sources, brother. Cite your sources. Let's go look it up. We got free time. Cite your sources. Westmoreland said, Mr. Tyrone alleged that Mr. Combs actually assaulted you, right? Brianna said, I can't speak for him. Westmoreland said, yeah, but you speak for you. You kept repeating the lie about grabbing your breast. Can you restate it? Okay. So I thought Diddy came up behind her and wrapped her up. So I don't know if that's groping or I guess you could still put it in groping, but I think it was just, I don't know. I think it's just grabbing to pick her up. They need to bring up where's Mary J. Blige at? That's what we need to bring up. I don't know if y'all can hear that big ass fly that's flying around here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about Little Kim being here. What up, Eric? Oh man, Tika. Hey, we got Tika in the building. Tika B. We got Tika in the building. This is the most we've seen Tika since 22. Tika turned her back on us at one point. She went to go do bigger and better things in life. You know, shout out to her. You know, we out there getting degrees and shit. She turned her back on us, but she been here for like 3 days straight. She must know something about these freak offs. I'm not saying she participated, but I'm just saying Tika is somebody. You know what I mean? A big timer. You know, all Jay Brooks in here. We know we about to get some wild shit now. Right now, Westmoreland is still just breaking Brianna down. You continued accusing Diddy of actually assaulting you, even though you knew it was not true. It's really hard to commit to the whole sentence. You knew actual assault was the only way you could sue. I don't recall. What? Yeah, they own you today, Brianna. They own you today, Brianna. I would have told her, hell no, I can sue for Diddy assaulting me. I can sue for Diddy putting me over the balcony. She better speak up. I don't know why people get scared up on, man. The hell with that. This nigga hung me over a balcony. You talking about some ex assault. We here because this nigga whooped my ass and hung me over the balcony and he grabbed my breast. Westmoreland wants those answers. You knew ex assault was the only way you could sue?
Answer me, motherfucker!
You continued to accuse Diddy of ex assault even though you knew it wasn't true?
Answer me, motherfucker!
You speak for you. You kept repeating the lie about him grabbing your breast?
Answer me, motherfucker!
Come on, Brianna. We good. We believe the balcony shit, but what's up with all this other stuff? Come on, Brianna. We all looking at you. We all looking at you for the answers. What up, Kendall? I mean, I don't know. I haven't, as far as her story went, the only thing I knew about Brianna's story was the balcony incident. I never thought or even assumed that anything was as far as like the ex assault with her. I thought it was with all the other women. I thought she was just a friend. Even when Cassie was detailing it, I thought Brianna was just being hung over a balcony. When I heard her lawsuit, it was just, okay, someone got hung over a balcony. I didn't know that there was some assault in there. So I don't, shit, looking like that ain't true, Brianna. And you know me, I'm gonna tell it like it is. You know what I mean? Defense presses Brianna on whether or not Cassie saw the balcony incident. Defense attorney Nicole asked Brianna if her long-term friend Cassie witnessed the moment Diddy alleged dangled her over the balcony, which has been central to Brianna's testimony in the federal criminal trial. Brianna said she heard Cassie's voice during the incident, but she couldn't speak for her. Westmoreland suggested Brianna had told the prosecutor several times that Cassie saw the incident. I spoke to them, but again, I don't recall. Now, they probably got that paperwork on her ass. And let's be honest. If you're getting dangled over a balcony, do you care, or are you going to remember who saw that? All you see is the damn streets and you 17 feet up like, damn, I don't want to go out this way, man. I don't know who's seen that. All right, let's take, for instance, y'all know my street fighting record is probably like, to be honest, you know, I ain't no liar. I'm probably like 8-4. I probably changed it up once and said 7-4, but then I kind of think back. I might be 8-4. It might be 7-4, or it might be 8-4. But there was one fight that I didn't stand a chance. I fought back though. I did my damnedest. I tried, but the nigga beat the shit out of me. Pause on that. But the nigga was bow, bow, bow. I'm like, damn, this nigga hitting hard than a motherfucker. Pause. But I don't remember who witnessed me get my ass kicked. All I remember is the nigga in front. Bow, bow, bow. I'm like, oh shit. Help, help, help. All I remember was the nigga was getting off. No Diddy. All I know, bow, bow. That nigga caught me one time in the chest. I'm like, oh shit. And motherfucker had another combo and kept coming. I got some punches off now. It don't sound like I did, but I got some punches off. Were they effective? Hell no, because that nigga was a Terminator. That nigga, bow, 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 like, goddamn. I have respect for that nigga. But I vowed to myself, if I ever see this nigga again, and it's going to be some static, I'm using a weapon this time. That's a true story. I said, if I see this nigga again and whatever we got ain't squashed, I'm using a weapon. But I don't remember who was there to see me get my ass whooped. I don't know if they were actually watching, or maybe they had their eyes closed because this shit was horrible. I had a big ass knot right here up under my cheek. Fucking had a bruise like over on my shoulder area. I'm telling you, this nigga was whooping my ass. But you just gotta fight, man. You just gotta fight, man. It wasn't a fight for me. He probably like 6'2". I ain't gonna lie to you. But hey, it is what it is. He beat the shit out of me. But I don't remember who was watching. I do remember hearing some girls talk about, oh man, you held your own. I'm like, man, fuck that holding your own shit. Y'all should have jumped on that nigga back like they did Diddy. Man, I got the shit beat out of me that night, man. I always remember that fight. The other fights, they were close, but you know, we could say that they won. But you know what I'm saying? I'll be honest. They won. I give them those. So, I'm like 7-4. But yeah, there was just one fight though. That's always a fight I'm always gonna remember. But yeah, I don't remember who was there. Nah, this nigga wasn't no pro fighter. This nigga was just a street nigga. He was kind of a dope boy. It was just some bullshit we was fighting over. I seen him when I got older, but you know, at that age, I was probably like, this is when I got out the military. So when I went back, I was 32. So this is like I was like 19, 20. So this is like 10, 12 years later. So I seen him, we said what's up, and you know, we had the grocery store. I just, you know, what's up, and then we kept it moving. But all right. But see, it takes a real man to admit when he took an L. I got homeboys that swear that they undefeated. I'm like, nigga, I don't know, man. I was there and we let y'all shoot the fair ones, and that nigga was getting the best of you. But nah, man, I'm undefeated, man. You know, I ain't like shit. All right, you think you are. All right. So Westmoreland said, you were screaming. Are you aware of anyone else calling the police? She said, I don't think so. You didn't go to urgent care? I didn't. You didn't tell the chiropractor what happened? No. Westmoreland. Why not? I was scared. Okay. The girlfriend, what's her name? Sarah or Friday. So wait, is what's the girl's name? Red? What's the red girl name? The writer? What's the writer's name? Because we were saying that the ex-girlfriend, Sarah or Friday. What's that the writer's name? Red that took the picture with Cassie? Cassie. Yeah. Tiffany Red. What's Tiffany? Tiffany Red's real name is Tiffany Lauren Fred. So the girlfriend that was at the house, it wasn't Tiffany Red. The girlfriend's name was either Sarah or Friday. Sarah Siddell, I think. Okay, here we go. Sarah Siddell. Let's see who Sarah Siddell is. B-R-Y. Is that how you spell her last name? Bogolan. Someone needs to help me find Sarah Siddell. We need to find who that is. So Westmoreland said the girlfriend, what's her name? Sarah or Friday? Full name, please. I think Sarah Siddell. Spelling might be wrong. Something like that. It was a while ago. And man, look, when you go to urgent care, man, you think you going in there and tell the doctor, man, yeah, man, I was in some nigga shit. Yeah, nigga beat the hell out of me. Yeah, he just beat the hell out of me. Man, you think you going in there and telling them what happened? Hell no, man. Well, I ain't go nowhere. I went and put ice on my shit. My mom kept trying to get me to come over. Cause I was staying with this chick at the time. You know, I was a homosexual. Nah, I was just on the road. So whenever I would come back, I ain't know the crazy thing. I would come back and I would take leave without pay for 2 weeks because I was getting per diem checks and everything. So, you know, I'm making good money. I'm, you know what I'm saying, 18, 19. I'm making like 7,000 a month with per diem and shit. So I would come back and I would stay at this chick's house and I would go back and forth to my mom. My mom was like, yeah, you just got back. You can come over and see it. I'm like, hell no. I stayed over there. I was like, man, I had to stay over there until the goddamn swelling went down. I was over there for like, I ain't want to, you know, niggas ain't trying to stay over there for no 2 weeks. Man, I was over there for like legit like 10 days, bro. My mom was like, we still haven't seen you. I ended up going to my mom's house like the last 2 days and seen her before I flew back out. What happened? I'm like, oh man, you know, I was working pilot, you know what I'm saying, on the reservation and shit. Yeah, I'm not going to go tell the doctor. Yeah, I got whooped on. All right. Westmoreland said, you got the government. She was Friday and that she wouldn't know anything. I'm not sure. Westmoreland said on October 14th or October 4th, 2016, didn't you attend Mr. Combs' concert? I don't remember that date, but yes, I went. I was a hobosexual, but I wasn't a bum. I had a bankroll. I was just over there, you know what I mean? All right, so we got a party that she went to. We ain't got no updates from CNN. All right, yeah. So right now they just grilling the hell out of her. She don't remember a lot at this point. She remembered a lot when she was testifying on behalf of the prosecution. Now she's not remembering anything or knowing any dates. Like she getting kind of caught up in some shit, but when the prosecution gets back up and does the redirect, I'm pretty sure they're gonna dumb it down for, all right, you remember this, happened, you remember this happened, you remember this happened. The defense is doing a great job. Westmoreland, this is the one I wanted to talk to Cassie, but we were thinking it's too early. She's on the stand, man. We didn't care. What up, NL? Yeah, we got us a waiting moment. We trying to figure out if she's lying or not. We could cut her some bail, but like I said, we're on the defensive side right now, so it is what it is, man. We got to apply that pressure. They're probably pushing the lunch back because it's already 6, so it's already noon. They're probably pushing the lunch back to maybe 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. Probably 2 o'clock, and then we're gonna press all the way over to 4. Because I'm sure they want to try to get Jane Doe on here. They said that Brianna was going to testify for like an hour. Westmoreland was laughing yesterday, talking about however much time I can get is how much time I take. But I love it though, man. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see. We want to see the defense come up here and put up a good defense. Again, this to us, this is like a sport. We're watching the back and forth. I mean, I know some of you guys care if he gets locked up. I like I say, I always got to put that out there. Disclaimer: I don't care. I like court. You know, I like to see how the defense is going to take something, and this is how I approach my TV breakdowns. BMF, we dropping tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, BMF, y'all. Yeah. And then Saturday, I might do a live Saturday morning. It'll be pretty early for you guys, but I'm going to the bazaar. I'm about to go try to find me some wines. You know, we got the Germans coming on the base, the local nationals. I'm gonna go up there, probably buy me maybe. I want to probably get like 2 cases of wine, but I kind of want to mix and match them. Probably get some from France and then give me some German shit, so I can bring some back just to set the mood. So when we do these lives, I can have the perfect amount of wine. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna do that Saturday morning, get up bright and early. Whatever, Shonda. Add a live go. Let me change this up real quick. The defense is doing a great job. Can I say that they debunked? I guess we could say they kind of debunked the hanging over the balcony, but that's why the prosecution was trying to get admitted the text messages between Cassie and Christina Corn. We got a pigeon problem. Said, this is what I need. Oh, boy. October 4th, 2016, the last Bad Boy reunion date at the Forum in Inglewood. Inglewood. Bad Boy. Brianna says she kept her distance from Diddy after the alleged incident. Brianna testified. All right, that's what they're saying. Brianna testified. Let me see. Brianna says she kept her distance from Combs after the alleged incident. Brianna testified that she continued to see Diddy on occasions after the balcony incident in late September 2016. Westmoreland asked if she was afraid to be around Diddy. She said, I kept my distance. Brianna also confirmed that she was with Diddy at one of the concerts October 4th, 2016. I don't think I was around him most of the time. She also confirmed that she went to a club with Diddy that he rented out the following day on October 5th. Westmoreland asked if she wore her neck brace to the private party. I probably should have, but I didn't. Man, ain't nobody pulling up to the party with a neck brace on. You said you pulled up with a neck brace? If y'all had to wear a neck brace, would y'all wear it to a party? Would y'all pull up to the party? I think that's something I wouldn't do. All right. So we're gonna read some text messages now. Judge just asked Miss West. All right. Judge said ask Miss Westmoreland. Maybe read text. The judge said proceed. You read Banner and I'll read Cassie. So Brianna said, I don't know what I wrote. Westmoreland said, as Miss Ventura, Coolio, what time? Love ya. Thanks for yesterday. You're asking Cass, geez Louise, come on. You're asking Cassie if Puff would like a sweatshirt 2 weeks after you allege he held you over a balcony. We were trying to be cool. Repeat that. We had the FaceTime call and we were trying to be cool. As of right now, as far as the balcony goes, I guess that's what they're trying to get to here. But the prosecution did ask to get text messages between Cassie and Christina Courtroom to be submitted that are talking about the balcony incident. I think the balcony incident happened, but I don't think she remember all the damn details around it. So that's where they're trying to crack to basically say it didn't happen. But we'll see what the prosecution has. They said the FaceTime call happened a couple of days after. That's when Diddy was trying to apologize, but wouldn't look at the screen. So as of now, I mean, we don't know, man. It sounds iffy. It sounds like a little bit janky, but that just shows that the defense is doing their job. So, I mean, we're on the defensive side right now. And if I'm listening to them, it don't sound like the knife fight happened and you're not too sure about the balcony. But they never really got into when the balcony was going on. It was just, did Cassie see it or not? And I mean, like I said, if I'm getting hung over a balcony, I'm not gonna remember who's watching. All I'm gonna remember is who the mother effer is that put me over this balcony. And if someone will hold you over the balcony, yeah, you're not gonna tell nothing because you know that shit. They can come back and get your ass. So we're gonna see. As of right now, it does seem like she don't know what the hell is going on. Isn't it true that you continue to see Mr. Combs and Cassie because Mr. Combs did not cause you those injuries? Part of that statement is true, and part I can't agree with. You see your phone number on this? Yes. So she's probably saying I still hung with Cassie. And then she's saying she can't agree with Mr. Combs did not cause those injuries. Linda said I'm going to be in Germany in a few. My son hooked us up with some good wine and champagne. Yeah, when they have these bazaars, they let all like the local nationals, they come on the base and they get to, well, you know, everything is tax free for us on base. So that's why I'm gonna go up there. I'm trying to get like 2 crates so I can get multiple different wines so I can have an assortment. You know what I mean? So I can have me some options. You know what I mean? But the wines be good. They don't be that expensive either. So you got people coming from France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, all the surrounding countries. The France is really only probably about an hour and a half from me. The border is. So I can drive to France. I mean, I could drive to Paris too. I think Paris is like a 7-hour drive, 8-hour drive, but I ain't driving that far. Selena on TikTok said she didn't want to testify. Yeah, I mean, I don't think she did either. I mean, they subpoenaed her, and we're gonna see though. The defense is doing a good job of making us believe that this didn't happen. All right. In this text from October 15, 2016, from Diddy to you, yes, Diddy wrote, if you're going, all right, so this is what Diddy said. Diddy said, if you're going to do K with her, at least have he back. Do you remember seeing this? I guess at least have his back. So Diddy is Diddy is texting Brianna, if you're gonna do ketamine with Cassie, at least have his back or take him back. So now if I'm a juror, I'm like, so wait, now we're going back to Diddy talking about using you know what I'm saying, using these substances. So it's like, all right, so anything that she was saying about them using the, you know what I'm saying, using the illicit substances, then all right, man, she just high as hell. She don't remember nothing. Why would you bring up a text message where I guess it's showing that she was okay with doing this stuff as long as Diddy knew, or Diddy was like, I don't know. I want to see what the rest of these text messages say. Don't do it with her unless you have her back. So everybody's under the influence. It's just no one really remembers much, you know. As Diddy said in his apology, everybody was fucked up the whole time. Everybody was toe up. Don't nobody really remember what was going on. I don't remember what I did last weekend, so I know for sure they don't remember what was going on 15 years ago. All right, so it says, do you remember seeing this text? Oh man, I definitely want to see. I want the Well, the defense is doing a good job. You know, I want full court press, but I like the tempo that they going at. They are chopping this down. So if it is a lie, then we're gonna find out. But we're gonna see if the defense, we're gonna see it. I'm not the defense, we're gonna see if the prosecution can get those text messages put in between Cassie and Christina Corum. Now, this would just be hearsay. She can't speak on it because it's not a text message from her or a text message to her. But they can probably say Cassie said this to Christina about the incident. Did this happen? Yeah, so this is a good defense. Of course, Jane Doe is going to be on the stand today. And once Jane Doe gets on here, I think they're going straight into reading text messages, probably how they met Diddy. And then he said they were all high as hell. Puff must be allowed bail. You can't get bail when you in court. Like, court has already started. Yeah, time out, Your Honor. We need bail. Like, nah, we already started court. Ain't no bail. You here now? No, I'm not froze, am I? It may have stopped temporarily. What up, PJ? Oh yeah, see, I ain't even go over there and check. Thank you, Nicole. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you new. We already an hour in. Brianna's getting tore apart on this stand. It ain't looking good for her. It ain't looking good for her right now. We do have redirect, and maybe they can go over here and clear some things up. Because remember, the defense's job is to defend, and they're going to leave out stuff that's going to make their client look guilty. So when they're picking and choosing what they're referring back to when they met with the prosecution is whatever's going to make their client look good. But that's how you know you got a good defense lawyer. Now, I will say, Nicole Westmoreland, we're going to give you your flowers after this because you're doing the best job that I've seen from the defense. But again, I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't know. What is July 2009? Give me a second. Let me look at this.
Man I work for had one of the big.
Yeah, it's going down.
Now, it ain't this one. So it ain't 2009. I can swear it's 2000. I think it's 2011. Yeah, see, we can't even find it. It was easy to find the first time we looked at it, like week 2, but that thing looked like it's gone now. You said he should have took the plea. I want to know what the plea deal was, though. We don't know how many years it was. That's the thing about that plea. Are we saying that Diddy was caring for Cassie? Because he told her, don't use that stuff without having my girls back. So are you looking at that as Diddy caring for Cassie? How are you receiving that? You like, damn, Diddy care for Cassie? He told Brianna, if you don't got her back, then don't be sitting down and doing that stuff with her. Cocoa Puff. Don't be doing that Cocoa Puff. Don't be doing that cocaine. Don't be doing that KK. Brianna trying to act tough and nonchalant. It ain't working for him. Yeah, I don't know, man. If you really, man, shit. If I'm up there and they ask me these questions, I'm like, I don't know, but Diddy hung me over a balcony. Did you hang out with Diddy? Maybe so, but he did hang me over a balcony. Man, I'd keep telling them that. She over here talking about, I don't know, I guess. Sure. All right, we got updates. Westmoreland said, you remember the Bad Boy reunion tour. Now, this is October 4th, 2016. You started on it, but didn't complete it. She said maybe one or two. September 25th, 2016, the tour was at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. True? I'm not aware. Not so sure on dates. Westmoreland said he was on the stage with Little Kim. I don't know. And at the Harlem Salute to Achievement. Objection, Your Honor. Sidebar, bring it in. What are we getting at? I guess they're just trying to say that you've been hanging around Diddy. Like, yeah, you still comfortable with him. Diddy messaged Brianna about her friends stopping each other from making mistakes while under the influence, aka high. Diddy sent Brianna a message saying that friends should try to stop each other from making mistakes when they get too high together. If you're going to do K with her, at least have her back, Diddy wrote, according to the message read aloud in court. Defense attorney Nicole asked Brianna if she believed that Diddy wanted her to stop using so many of those substances. With Cassie, I can't speak for him. Oh, look at that. Look, Diddy did have a heart. That's what they're trying to make it seem like. They're trying to make it seem like Diddy had a heart. He actually cared. But how's Diddy going to send a text message talking about y'all should stop each other from making mistakes when we got this here?
Reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I made no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy. I'm going to rehab.
So he sent the text message talking about friends don't let friends do messed up stuff and make mistakes while they under the influence. While he got a whole video out there apologizing. Man, like 55 years old. Diddy a fool with it. So the Harlem Salute to Achievement. Is this an actual thing? We're going to look this up. Harlem Salute to Achievement.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
So Diddy was honored in 2016 for the Boys and Girls Harbor Annual Salute to Achievement benefit in the Lincoln Center. The event recognized his efforts in education, particularly in his work in Harlem, New York. Combs was also honored for opening a charter school in his hometown. So who is this through? Combs was a man of the hour at last night Boys and Girls Harbor Annual Salute Achievement, where he was recognized for his efforts. So they brought this up to show that Diddy was still doing good in the neighborhood. That's what that is. All right. I like what Nicole is doing. Nicole is making it seem like Diddy's a good guy, man. You just tripping. You were just high all the time. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. And again, to the people that are just joining, I'm not on Diddy's side. I'm not against Diddy. I'm just giving my opinion, and we're on the defensive side right now. So that's the lens that I'm looking through. Hollywood Awards. Diddy receives a lifetime achievement. He thanks Cassie for holding him down. I'm trying to see if there's any footage. Of course, we're not going to be able to see behind the scenes, but
He's bigger than Nino Brown. This is big business.
All right, so we don't have anything at this moment. We're just sitting here waiting on these updates. We're just sitting here waiting on the updates. We got a sidebar. It's the first one that we got of the day. The sidebar, of course, he'll give us the information. If he's found innocent, can he use I was reformed while I was in there? I'm a changed man. And he can come out and still do good, or people just gonna look at him like, eh. Like I said, it's still gonna be people that want to work with him just because. But I don't think any major networks or anything is gonna work with him. And then maybe a year, 2 years later, he'll slowly start creeping his way back into the limelight. But he's gonna have a lot of lawsuits out here after him, though. And after now, they're gonna be trying to pin anything on him that they can. So Little Kim, he was on stage, Little Kim. So that was at the award. Yeah, man. This is where we're at. When Jane Doe gets up here, we're gonna get the entertainment factor out of it. Now, of course, some of the stuff we're gonna have to take serious. We can't make jokes about it, but when we can, we'll throw a jab or two in here. But other than that, right now, Nicole is earning her check. She was the last one to come on. She's breaking down everything. She went through all the testimony. She combed over it 3 or 4 times. And she's just pointing out all the stuff. Oh, you don't remember this? You don't remember this? You was on the tour. You don't remember this? You don't remember this? You don't remember this? So to the jury, the jurors are looking like, damn, you remembered everything when the prosecution was asking. You don't, hey, what's going on? You don't remember nothing now? So 6:30. So we already at an hour and a half. As I was saying, I think they're going to push the lunch back to probably 2 p.m. and then they're going to go to maybe 4 p.m. Today's a short day, and then they'll be back on the stand tomorrow at a regular time. I'm gonna go back and see what happened this morning since we're just waiting. And since they started late, probably ain't that much information, but so that's how Brianna said that Diddy was holding her up over the balcony. Hands above her head. So he had her up under the arms, hanging over the balcony. I seen her come out the courthouse yesterday. She is little as hell. So they said Diddy had his hand on the head while he was watching the video of Cassie getting drugged down the hallway while he was just in a towel. Well, that's what this picture is depicting. Here's who taking the stand so far. We know who took the stand so far. We're still on the sidebar. Either that or after Brianna gets done, bring Enrique up, Enrique Santos, and then as soon as he get done, we're gonna take a 20-minute lunch and then bring up Jane Doe. We got to get it. We need at least 2 hours. We need at least 2 hours with Jane Doe today. We didn't already ate up the first 2 hours. Let me see. Tips. I definitely want to know what the sidebar is about. Is it still talking about omitting the text messages? But it wouldn't be about the text messages. They probably want to know what direction is Westmoreland going in with this. The defense is, I mean, they keep asking about all these events that she was at. We get it. She still hung around Diddy. So they're probably going to try to speed this process up because it's getting repetitive and it's really a ring around the roses at this point. Pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes. We all fall down. $15. Matter of fact, let me go. All right, here we go. We're back. Westmoreland said, is this Trump International Hotel stay of Frank Black include September 26, 2016 in-room breakfast for $231? You see it? Yes. You agree one person can't be in two places at the same time. Hard to say. You told the jurors Diddy injured you in LA on September 26, correct? Maybe have a sidebar. Yes, you may. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe later, my brother. All right. So they're saying September 26th, you was in LA. And then September 26th, you was getting breakfast in New York. Well, technically, if we being honest, you can have breakfast in New York and make it to LA by that evening and still have a grand old time. Six hours. You wake up, you have breakfast, you leave at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is what? 7 o'clock? Central. Yeah, 7 o'clock. 6 hours from 7 will put you at 5, 11, 12, 1 o'clock ish. And then you got the whole afternoon. So, I mean, yeah. Yeah, we had breakfast in the morning, and then in the evening, I was over a balcony. I ain't gonna lie to you, it all happened. I ain't never flew that far. The furthest flight I ever took in the States was from Phoenix, Arizona to DC. And that was my longest flight. That was in 2006. But the longest flight I've ever taken just in life was from Los Angeles to the Philippines. That was, I think, 16 hours. I want to say it was 12 to 16. I want to say how long are flights from? $14 hours, so 15 hours. That was the longest flight I ever took in a direct flight, LA to Manila. I think from Germany to Thailand. Well, when I went Germany to Dubai, I stopped over in Oman in Yemen. So that was like maybe 5 hours and then a 4 hour. Yeah, so that's the longest flight I ever took was the Philippines, LA to the Philippines. Yeah, and it's not like they acting like she didn't have the money. Diddy was booking these flights. If Cassie was there, Diddy was booking it, or Cassie had a bad boy card. Yeah, I mean, we shall see. We shall see. Either that or wait a minute. Let me go back and see something because that's the date that I don't have. I know the Kid Cudi date, September 2016. She testified. I probably gotta go back to the regular one, Inner City Press, because I'm trying to see if they actually gave us a date. I don't know if we actually seen a date. September. Yeah, all we've been seeing is September 16th. I don't think they actually gave us an actual date. It might be in some of her notes. But 231 for breakfast, Trump over here taxing people like, man, you know we got to go see what the Trump hotel look like. People actually stay in the Trump hotels. Trump Chicago, we want Trump New York. Shit, he about 30 days. He got to make that payment. Or Trump Towers is coming down. Okay, linger longer. No, never settle. 1,800 a night. Camping by the park. Oh, this is nice. 1,800 a night. Let's see what the dining looks like. Let's see what their food is hitting on. In-room dining. Let me see. Let's see what the hell costs $230. Pancakes are probably $25. Oh, they ain't got no menu up here. From a light snack to a gourmet meal, our guests enjoy Jean Georges award-winning cuisine. Privacy and convenience of their guest room. So breakfast is 7 to 11. So the latest they got out of New York is 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, and if they're firing commercial, that means 1 o'clock is what, 10? They would get there around 4-ish. Yeah, it's plausible. You know, it can happen. It could happen. Or they're flying on a PJ, which Diddy had. I don't know if Diddy had his plane then. All right, we got an update on CNN, which will give us the full spiel of what happened. Diddy's attorney questioned Breonna's timeline, alleged balcony incident. Nicole suggested the alleged balcony incident couldn't have happened when Breonna says it did because Diddy was traveling on the East Coast to perform in a Bad Boy family reunion tour, and Cassie was with him. Diddy performed in Newark, New Jersey, September 25th. Westmoreland said, and Combs and Cassie went to an event in New York on September 26th. In her testimony, Breonna linked the alleged balcony altercation to a photo of a bruise on her leg that said she was taken hours after the incident. According to the metadata from the phone, it was taken the morning of September 26th. Westmoreland also showed the jury records for Frank Black from the Trump International Hotel in New York City, which included dining receipts September 25th and 26th. Records from the Trump Hotel showed the check-in date was September 24th and the checkout was the 29th. You agree that one person can't be in two places at one time? Breonna responded. So of course, we weren't getting all the information from inner city press. So they're saying that Diddy and Cassie had a hotel bill of 231. So the dates aren't lining up. So right now they're proving that Brianna is probably lying. But there was a text message to Christina Courtroom is why they're trying to say they want to have that admitted. But the defense is doing a good job of debunking this. You always got to have an alibi. Always have an alibi. That's what they got right here. So they're saying that it was Diddy. He couldn't have flown back and forth, or Cassie. A person can't be in LA and New York at the same time. My answer is the same. No further questions. Redirect, sidebar. All right, so they about to get up here. So the prosecution's about to get up here and try to clean this up. Again, the defense, I give them an A+ for this. I give them an A+ for this. Because right now they're proving alibis. They're trying to debunk everything. So when the jury's hearing this, interesting. Wait a minute. He couldn't be there if they were there. But then again, this is Diddy. Remember, the defense, when they were talking to Derek, they said people had the Amex card. Remember, the defense's own words was Diddy wasn't keeping track of who was doing what. So it could have been booked and someone else could have stayed there. And Diddy's flying around, jet setting however he does. So we don't know. We got to see what the redirect is and see what evidence they have. Maybe they got, put the security footage in. Let's see. Diddy wasn't at the Trump Towers at none of these days. He did show up once, but that was on the 27th. So that's going to be on the prosecution. But the defense did a great job there as far as the information that we've been provided, saying that there was an alibi that Diddy and Cassie were both in New York on the 25th and the 26th, checked in on the 24th to the 29th. But again, they got money so they could fly around and do whatever the hell they wanted or whatever they needed. Remember the whole incident with Cassie going to Toronto that same time? They went from Toronto to the Hamptons in the same day. And that's when that incident happened. So it's not too far-fetched that they flew around. But as far as the defense is going right now, Westmoreland is the only one that I can say has really earned her dollars. You know what I mean? And when I say dollars, I mean thousands of dollars. I don't mean a couple of dollars that you and I would make. So, hey, man, we're going to see. We got us a little sidebar. I'm sorry, y'all. You know, I gotta see what's on the breakfast menu. I'm sorry. I gotta bring it up, man. I just got to. I gotta see what the hell is worth $230. Get these pages out of here. So breakfast is 7:15 to 11 a.m. How do I zoom out? Where's the zoom button? Oh, there it is. Order in advance by using the online ordering portal here. All right. Lunch is between 5 and 10. I mean, dinner is 5 and 10, 12 to 3 for lunch. All right, let's go to this breakfast. So 2 eggs, any style, $20. An omelet with the choice of mushroom, cheese, ham with Rush and Daughter smoked salmon, $25. And the salmon is $4 extra, so $30 for an omelet. Nigga, please. Egg white omelet with fresh herbs, $27 on 9-grain toast with toasted sunflower seeds and red chili flakes for $30. No. Eggs Benedict with ham, $26. Eggs Benedict with Russian daughter smoke, no, $30. Oh, they hitting you over the head. You get 2 of those, that's $60. A poached egg with roasted mushrooms, Parmesan and herbs, $23. An egg sandwich with Snake River Farms ham, $22. Scrambled eggs, $25. Mozzarella and cherry tomatoes and bacon. Oh man, this is why I say I don't fuck with New York. This is too expensive. What I tell y'all, I knew pancakes were gonna be $20, $21 for some plain buttermilk pancakes. Buttermilk pancakes with market berries is $24 with bananas, maple syrup, and chocolate chip. So you don't even get maple syrup on the plain buttermilk pancakes. You got to get the pancakes with market berries for maple syrup. French toast with seasoned stone fruit for $23. Cereal, $12. Man, you don't take your ass to one of the bodegas and pick you up a box of Frosted Flakes, Rice Krispies, all brand wheat flakes with berries and banana is $17 plus $17. So if you want berries and a banana in your cereal, it's 12 plus 17. $29 for a bowl of cereal? Oh, no. Oatmeal or cream of wheat, $12, man. I eat oatmeal. And I get a box of oatmeal for like $6 with 12 packages. Plain yogurt with granola. So the plain yogurt is 12, but if you want granola, berries or a banana is plus 17. So $30 for some fucking yogurt with a banana. For your convenience, a $20 surcharge. Oh, what? $5 delivery charge? What? And applicable taxes? Who? Have been added to your check? What? Well, wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. Let's say we get the yogurt, $12 yogurt, and we want a banana chopped up, though. You can't eat a banana whole. We'll do a yogurt with a banana. Boom. $29. For your convenience, a 20% charge. So 29 times 0.2 is $5.80. 5.8 plus 29 plus the $5 delivery fee. $40 for some yogurt? Oh, no. Plus taxes? Oh, we didn't even add in the taxes. And we'll just say plus $2 in taxes. $42 for a yogurt with just some granola or maybe a banana or maybe just some berries. Ooh. Why? I knew Trump was a con artist, but damn. $40 for some yogurt and granola. Oh, no. Oh, no. $40. Hey, whatever lucky lady came to me, we getting breakfast for one. We're going to split these scrambled eggs. We're going to split these scrambled eggs, and we're going to get some water. Bottled water, the free water. Well, I doubt that Trump's giving out free water. No. $40 for some yogurt? No way. I don't give a damn how nice this hotel is. It ain't better than some shit I stayed in Dubai. It ain't better than that. It ain't better than what I stayed in London. Definitely no. $40. So for 2 people, that's $80. And you ain't even getting no protein. That's just straight yogurt. You know your stomach gonna be growling by lunch is over. I mean, breakfast over at 11. You didn't order at 10 o'clock. Oh yeah, your stomach growling by 12 o'clock. Oh no. All right, well, let's get back to it. The defense asks Brianna directly if she's lying to the jury before wrapping up the cross. Nicole Westmoreland said she wanted to confirm with Brianna that Diddy did not cause those injuries you showed us that we saw on your phone from the metadata on September 26th. I can't agree with you. In her final question, Westmoreland pressed further, saying, you came here and you lied to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I can't agree with you with that. All right, so there we go. Brianna says Cassie asked to name her in the lawsuit before filing. Brianna testified that she and Cassie had only a conversation about Cassie's lawsuit before it was filed in November 2023. Cassie asked if she could name her in the complaint in connection with the balcony incident. According to Brianna, Brianna said she did not know what information would be included in Cassie's lawsuit. Brianna said that at some point Cassie's lawsuit was filed. She told Cassie that that some of the details about the balcony incident was incorrect. Brianna testified that during the conversation, she told Cassie what exactly happened to her. All right, so we back up here and we're going to redirect. All right, so on the redirect, when you filed your lawsuit, was it a report of the balcony the same or different from Cassie? Different. In what you said today, your best recollection, yes. The demand letter of your first lawyer, did you write them? No. The demand letter that said Mr. Combs squeezed your breast so hard you had bruises. Had you said that? No, ma'am. Do you demonstrate with hand motions? Please do. He started at my armpits. Were they on your breast? Yes. So I guess he's coming from behind and you cuffing. So thumb up under the arm print and the hands are up on the chest plate. Do you yourself know the exact date of the balcony incident? No. Why not? It was a while ago. Any doubt Mr. Combs held you over the balcony? No doubt. Nothing further. Recross. Westmoreland comes back up. Yes. All right. So Westmoreland's putting that pressure on. She's applying that pressure full court. This is what we want. This is exactly what we want. Okay. Cool. Oh man, they got more shit on here. Seasonal fruit plate, $20. A berry bowl is $22. Man, matter of fact, we need to do it. Don't worry. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm calling Trump Towers and I'm gonna ask them where they getting their fruits from, because they're getting their fruit. They got to tell me what farm they're getting it from, because I need to see if illegals is working there. Because if illegals are working there, then we got to call Trump out. Avocado toast is $23 with toasted sunflower seeds and red chili flakes. God, with Russian daughter smoked salmon. Jeez Louise. A bagel is $10. Toast is $8. Chicken and jalapeno sausage, $11. Pork and herb sausage, $11. How is an omelet? I thought the price of eggs went down. How is the price of eggs more expensive than chicken and sausage? Trump, you've been lying, because Trump Towers is telling us that eggs are more expensive than meat. Why are eggs so expensive? 2 eggs, however you want it. 2 eggs, any style, is $20, but you can get chicken and sausage for $11. Come on, Donnie. I thought the price of eggs went down. There's no way chicken and sausage should cost less than 2 eggs. 2 eggs for $20? Come on, Donnie. Somebody got to call them out. You know I will. I don't give a damn. A cheeseburger, $33? Now, I can see paying $44 for the Parmesan crusted organic chicken. And a beef tenderloin is $64. Well, I paid $100, so that's for a kilogram, though. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, Westmoreland, you saw this as a chance to make $10 million true. Brianna said the judge will review. Westmoreland, it means a lot to you to become a millionaire soon, right? No, I am here for justice, meaning money, nothing further. All right, that was a good defense there. Very, very good defense. Good defense there. All right, there we go. I guess she's off the stand. There we go. Nothing further. Wendy said they haven't updated the menu yet. Yeah, I don't know the date of this. Still, that's ridiculous. Even if the eggs were even cheaper, if you can go get a dozen eggs for like $2 and they charging you 22 for two. Now I know it's just like the airport or anything. You can't knock them. That's what you're supposed to do. You always upcharge people, especially in any establishment. You got to make a profit. And if I can sell 2 eggs for the price of, you know what I'm saying, 4 cartons, then hey, then let's do it. Thank you, Brianna. Is there an exhibit? Publish it. Shapiro said, we object under Rule 106. So after the break, jurors, there'll be food for you in there. All rise. All right, so we got a break. We got an early break today. Like I said, we're probably going to 1 o'clock. He said it's going to be a shorter break. So that's Brianna. Brianna was up here for an hour 20. Hour 20. Now we got Enrique Santos coming back, but they said it's going to be a short break. So it'll probably be a 15, 20-minute break. Yeah, about a 15, 20-minute break we're going to be on. We ain't staying at Trump Towers. Me personally, I ain't going to lie to you, man. I'm trying to find, shoot, let me look at this menu. If it's late, if I'm coming back stumbling and they got all night, okay, yeah, then I'm definitely going to order something. But other than that, Brianna testified that she's certain Diddy held her on the balcony. Madison asked Brianna if she testified truthfully about her recollection about the alleged event with Diddy and Cassie on the balcony. She said yes, acknowledged she doesn't remember every single detail, but said she'll never forget. Brianna said she was terrified in the moment and said, I will never forget him holding me over that balcony. Do you yourself know the exact date of the incident? No. Why do you not know the exact date? Because it was a while ago. In cross-examination, regardless to, in the closing redirect, the prosecution asked Brianna, regardless of the exact date, do you have any doubt that Diddy held you over the balcony on the 17th floor? She said, I have no doubt. Now, maybe something else will come up. But as of right now, she's saying that if I'm all right, if I'm on a jury, I'm like, wait, well, they did kind of sound like they debunked it, but I don't know. That does sound like something that Diddy would do. But there's some doubt there. That's all the defense is trying to do, is cast some doubt. But remember, guys, this one person doesn't dictate the whole trial. But the defense did a hell of a job there. I definitely give her A+. But that's what I was saying you got to do with Cassie. When Cassie got up there, they should have had Westmoreland just being aggressive. Boom, 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 boom. If they were really trying to get someone to defend. She showed some bruises, but she said that happened. She said those photos happened allegedly right after, but those were on the 26th. She should have pulled up, when did you go to chiropractor? If she went to the chiropractor, there should have been records of when she went to the chiropractor, and that would have gave us a date. But we wouldn't have known if that was the day after. I don't know. We gonna see. We gonna see. We here though. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm not sure how long this break is gonna be. I care about justice. Then this is Westmoreland asking her if she's seen an opportunity to become a millionaire. She said, I can't agree with that. She pointed that she was seeking $10 million in a civil lawsuit and asked if Brianna cared about becoming a millionaire. I care about justice. She is now off the stand and the court is taking a break and dismissed till 1:30. Oh, so they get a full 30 minute. All right. They get a full 30 minute. And what did we say Rule 106 was? What is Rule 106? In federal court, Rule 106, also known as the rule of completeness, dictates that if one party introduces only part of a written or recorded statement, the opposing party can introduce the remaining parts or related statements that are necessary to provide context and prevent misleading the impression. This rule ensures that there is a tier of fact, judge or jury hears the full story and not just a selected portion. So they said, okay, so the judge was asking if there's any exhibits to publish. Shapiro said they object to any exhibit that's going to be published because they don't have the other part of it. So they don't have the other part to say that, hey, this is what it is. You don't just give one person's response and you don't get the whole thing in context. So that's what Rule 106 is. So that's why they called that, because I guess they were going to try to admit another exhibit, but they don't have the stuff on their end. All right, cool. All right, cool. So we got a little 30-minute break. We're going to kick off our shoes. I'm going to take a power nap. Y'all do whatever y'all see fit. All right. And I'll be back in 30. I'll be back in 30. See what updates we got. 21 hours ago, 52 minutes ago. The latest ex-girlfriend of Diddy to testify. Court adjourns till 1:30 p.m. It's in its fourth week. A testimony, prosecutors are planning on calling a witness. A woman who would testify in the pseudonym Jane. She alleges she was abused by Diddy and made to participate in drug-fueled freak-off, ex-marathons. So she was in freak-off. So not only was Diddy having freak-offs with Cassie, he was having freak-offs with the Jane Doe. Now, remember, there were 10 videos that were submitted yesterday. I don't know. I'm not sure if this Jane Doe was in any of these videos because it came from Cassie's phone, or do they have videos of this Jane Doe? She's one of several witnesses accused Diddy of violence towards them, including another former girlfriend, R&B singer Cassie. This is going over everything we didn't already did. We're not going to bore ourselves with that. All right. So it says the media won't be able to see evidence while Jane Doe testifies. The judge agreed to the prosecution's request to turn the TV monitors off, normally used to display evidence to the audience, the gallery, in the courtroom and overflow rooms. Prosecutors contend the exhibits contained including text messages, photos contain personal identifying information about the woman. A Combs accuser is testifying under the pseudonym Jane. So we're going to hear text messages. They're going to show photos. Instead, prosecutor Comey says she aims to provide redacted versions with identifying information removed the day after they're shown to the jury. So we won't see anything that they're showing today. We won't see it until the next day. The jury will see it today. The gallery won't see it. And then everything will be released a day after. But it's going to be redacted. So I guess we won't see like a face or anything, but there's bruises on the bodies. We'll probably be able to see that stuff. Things of that nature. We'll probably be able to see the text messages, names, and numbers obviously will be redacted. But we'll be a day behind on all of that. So tomorrow we'll be able to see what happened today. It's kind of how I live, you know what I'm saying? News organizations asked the judge to delay the trial or change the witness order to give prosecutors time to make redactions. But they can't do that because she has an international flight Thursday next week. So we just got to get what we got to get. Let me go back. I seen something else that looked a little bit interesting. They said the jury was stunned as Brianna told her, well, this is the Daily Mail. We don't know if we can really trust him. We'll read it, though. A woman testifying, blah, 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 blah. Defense secures a I gotcha moment as the dates don't line up. All the explosive testimony in the Diddy trial. Let's see if he gonna drop a video. If he drops a video, we'll go from there. We're on a lunch break. The lunch break is we got about 25 minutes left for the lunch break. Inner City Press says so about these text messages from the judge. These are screenshots of messages between Cassie and Christina Courtroom. It first involved Miss Cassie saying her phone was thrown off the balcony. Then about Brianna. The defense wants more in. Wait, so we got more evidence. They want in Miss Courtroom's messages that says she didn't. They said they want Miss Courtroom's messages that he says didn't happen. But that's the self-serving hearsay with no exception. Judge, they allegedly completing a statement are admissible. Wait, what the hell? Allegedly completing statement are not admissible. So the prosecution So the prosecution is saying, nah. We got messages between Cassie and Courtroom. Cassie's talking about the cell phone was thrown off the balcony. These are screenshots of messages between Cassie and Courtroom. It first involved Cassie saying her phone was thrown off the balcony, and then the Brianna incident. But the defense was saying, I guess the defense didn't have the rest of it. So the defense is saying, no, we ain't got the rest of it. So no, we can't do that. The defense wants more in. They want in Miss Courtroom's messages that says that he says that didn't happen. See, I'm not getting this part. Like, we got to wait for CNN to give us an update because this is word. This word, and I can't even decipher this. But basically, the prosecution is saying, no. We got text messages that says that Cassie's phone was thrown off the balcony and then Brianna was put on the balcony. What up, JoJo? We trying to figure it out, man. We just following it as it comes. All right, Mark, your client was looking at jurors and nodding vigorously. Also, Diddy. Damn, the judge is calling out Diddy. They said Diddy over there looking at the jurors. You hear that? Yeah. Your client was looking at the jurors and nodding vigorously. This cannot continue, or I will give a limiting instruction you won't like, or other measures, including barring your client from the courtroom. Do you understand? Damn, the judge ain't playing. Diddy over there. Y'all hear that? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The judge said, keep playing around, nigga. I keep Diddy's ass locked the fuck up while this case goes on. Ah, so Diddy, hey, they said Diddy might take the stand. This motherfucker showing he's, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You hear that? Yeah. You like that? Yeah, take that. Come on, Diddy. You better be humble in this motherfucker because the jurors may take that as intimidation, nigga, and they might just lock your ass up just because. You better calm your ass down. Even everybody that's on Twitter, that's look, most of them, they've been on Diddy's side down here. I be reading what they talking about. Everybody's like, hey, Diddy, you better chill, man. They the one that decide your fate. Hey, I bet shit, since that warning is out, if Diddy's looking over at the jurors for more than like 2 seconds, the judges get his ass out of here. In federal court, well, nah, it depends. Nah, they wouldn't do it. If I was a judge and I gave this warning down and I seen Diddy, matter of fact, tell your goddamn client he can't look at the jurors anymore. Put him in the seat closer to the jurors and have him look this way. And if I see Diddy looking over there, you in here, you going over your nose while they doing their cross. You look up and Diddy over there staring at the damn jurors. All right, get his black ass out of here. Yeah, I'm telling the bailiff, get that nigga out of here. I already gave you enough warnings. So the judge gave that warning out. All right, Diddy, you playing around. You think this shit's a game? Damn. Where it just dropped. So let me see, 3 minutes. What was said right at the end before the break? The defense came up there and they asked Brianna, was she up here to become a millionaire? Was she suing for money? And she said no. And they basically grilled her. Really, they really made her stumble over everything. But then the prosecution got up there and was just asking, did this incident happen about the balcony? Why can't you remember the date? She was saying it's so long ago, but she says it for sure happened. And then right before they went to break, the prosecution was saying that they got screenshots between Cassie and Christina Corum, who is the chief of staff for Diddy, talking about Diddy threw her other phone off the balcony and the incident with Brianna. So I don't know if we're going to get that entered into evidence or, well, not as evidence because it is evidence, but as an exhibit. So we're waiting on that. They'll probably talk about that before they come back to break. He talk about he got so confident. So let me see what this lawyered up is. I see them popping here every now and then. I know they got the Diddy trial that they following, but let me see how legitimate they are. A lawyer for over 20 years from law school instructor. I enjoy sports, politics, scrabbles. All right, man, we don't care about all that shit. Diddy, on a human note, I sincerely hope this witness does not relapse after the cross exam. That's true. No one ever looked at that. They were over there breaking her, man. That, I mean, to get questioned for 2 days straight, shit, that is a good thing to bring up. She could relapse and shit, get on them drugs after this, man. Well, we'll see. Right now, we just sitting around. We just waiting, man. We on a good little lunch break. You know how that go. You know how that go. Yeah, so they got a break till 1:30. So we got about 15 minutes. I'm trying to see if there's any articles or anything. I'm bring up try to bring up a video so you guys can watch that. TikTok, I'm still trying to figure out how I can live stream on my YouTube, but get you guys to be able to see my screen also. You got to bear with me. I've only been doing this for like a week, but again, we have been covering every single day. It's day 17. After today's live, we'll be at about 60, because we ended at 62 hours. After today's live, we'll be at about 67 to 68 hours of covering the Diddy trial. Over these last 4 weeks, we covered every single day. So, you know, we got a little bit of skin in the game. TikTok, I'm gonna get it right.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
Oh, let me see. See, I want to see what CNN has to say about what happened at the end. Now, I don't ever remember, unless they're talking about when she met with the prosecutors. I don't remember Brianna giving us a date. I just remember them saying in 2016, but maybe we missed something. I'd have to go back and look for it from yesterday, but I don't really feel like doing all that. It ain't that important. What up, E-Dub? Yeah, man, this is entertaining. Like I said, this is entertainment purposes only. I personally don't care if he's innocent or guilty. I mean, you know, whatever happens, it happens. Let me see.
Who was making the delivery?
All right, so I'll bring this up and I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab me a water and we'll continue this thing.
The internet sensation, Ray J, Ray J, the performer, Ray J, who's very, very well known to millions and millions of people. And Nicole Westmoreland, the defense attorney, said, Ray J, do you mean
I'll be
Ray
right
J,
back,
the
TikTok,
singer?
man.
And then
Go
she
give me
goes,
some water,
I don't
man.
know
We
if he
already
was a
at
singer like that. He might
2
have been.
hours, but I ain't
So
at 2
that
hours.
raised a lot of eyebrows there because how seriously are you really taking your testimony when you're throwing out a name like that and then not really identifying it or clarifying it. So we'll see what happens with that if there's anything else down the line. But the extent of the drug use on a daily basis, especially, again, Andy, let's keep in mind the time frame, 2016. This is that when we saw Cassie in that hotel hallway going through all of these struggles and really trying to just barely survive, I guess, and figure out what's going on. But it's hard to do any of that when, under the influence of all these things. Andy?
All right, that is a very good point. Lisa Evers, thank you so much for joining us. Great insight there outside of the courtroom here on Live Now from Fox. We'll check in again with you soon. Let's shift gears over to TMZ executive producer Michael Babcock. Michael, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What were your big takeaways? Because we did hear that stylist on the stand today. We did have images of her walking outside of the courtroom at the end of the day. And of course, she accused Diddy of dangling her over the 17th floor balcony. What did we see today in terms of that here from the courtroom in New York City?
Hey, Andy, thanks for having me. Yeah, look, obviously, this is something that we have heard a bit about before because she filed, Brianna did this lawsuit where she was seeking $10 million from Diddy last year. And in the lawsuit, she obviously went into this alleged incredibly scary incident, assuming it happened the way she says it happened, where Diddy essentially burst into the place where she was at, and she's out there on the balcony about to smoke or either smoking already. And like you said, Andy, the story goes that Diddy was yelling at her, "Do you know what you did?" and dangling her over this 17th floor balcony where she was, as you could imagine, very frightened that he was going to drop her and let her fall to her death. She says in that incident, he tossed her around and she had all of these bruises on her. She was very banged up, and it was just one incident in what she says was, just a rash of violent incidences where at times she was the victim and at times she says she witnessed Cassie be the victim. She also talked to Andy about, other incidents where Diddy was incredibly controlling, and it's more of what we've heard, but it's clearly a part of this picture that the prosecution is trying to paint, where Diddy was this monster who was essentially running a criminal enterprise.
Yeah, there's a good way to detail it. And of course, we're going to get a lot of headlines around the dangling because she's.
Let me tell you about a guy I know, Mark Levine.
Man, we don't give a damn about no Mark Levine. Oh, man. All right, we back, man. We got a little lunch break. So we got Enrique coming up next after lunch. What, 10 minutes? All right, cool. We can BS a little bit. Stream got an update. All right, here we go. So this is the judge talking about Diddy could be excluded from court. Let me see. It says the judge warns Combs he could be excluded from the courtroom for repeatedly nodding at the jury during Breonna's testimony. The judge warned the defense that Diddy could be excluded from the courtroom if he continues to attempt to interact with the jury. The judge said he saw Combs on 2 different occasions during Breonna's testimony looking at the jury and nodding. The judge said he already warned the defense that Diddy can't be making any facial expressions or attempt to have any interaction or influence the jury. I could not have been any clearer in terms of what I said, the judge said. Well, there was a line of questioning when your client was nodding vigorously and looking at the jury. During a sidebar, the judge said he saw Diddy doing it a second time. I looked and I saw your client looking at the jury and nodding. It was absolutely unacceptable, the judge said. He asked the defense attorney, Mark, is it going to happen again? Mark assured him it wouldn't. It cannot happen again, the judge said. And if it does, the judge said he'll let the government make an application to give the jury an instruction on the issue and will consider more severe measures, such as excluding Diddy from the courtroom. Damn. So they're looking at Diddy. Diddy can't look at the jury never again. So the judge is keeping notes. He said, I seen it on 2 occasions. And the judge said when they first got in here, Diddy wasn't supposed to be looking at it. Because you remember doing the jury duty, 0 week. That's what we're going to call a jury selection. 0 week. They said Diddy was looking at the jurors, like mugging them. Yeah. So the judge been keeping notes. He's keeping a close eye over his courtroom. He said, is it going to happen again? Mark assured him that it wouldn't. He said, man, I'll let the government make an application, meaning these mofos right here, the prosecution. Yeah, that's the government over there, Diddy. So you want to kind of watch what you're doing, because these are going to be the ones. Yeah, we don't want Diddy in the courtroom. And let me tell you, when you're not in the courtroom, your defense doesn't hit as hard as it does when you in the courtroom. I seen one trial where the defendant wasn't in there, and it was like, all right, it seemed like it was a mock trial or something, because it's like, all right, who's in trouble for this? You know what I mean? So yeah, you definitely don't want that. But the judge ain't playing around. Told Diddy never look at the jurors. Diddy gotta be looking like this, man. All right, that's it. You're out of here. Get his black ass out of here. I know Diddy's going through every emotion. Hey, shit. Hey, it got real right there. It got real. Right before lunch, too. What did he think he was doing? Like, if I'm on trial, I got my hands in my lap or my hands right here on the table, and I'm looking like, nigga, goddamn, boy, they got a lot of evidence on the nigga. Fuck. Yeah, I was tripping. I was fucked up. All right. Did he look at the jury? No. My eye was watering. I was trying to look and see if there's any tears coming out. That's all, Judge. I wasn't looking at the jury. I promise I wasn't looking at the jury. Damn. All right. Hey, so Enrique's coming up next. They said Enrique is probably going to be about well, they didn't say 5. I think they said like 10 to 20 minutes. And then we got the cross. So we could say maybe an hour for Enrique. And that will put us at 1:30, 2:30-ish. And then we got that hour and a half for the prosecution with Jane Doe. And remember, they said 2 to 3 days roughly. So 5 to 6 days total for Jane Doe to get up here. Again, I'll give you disclaimers. I'm going to try to, because they're going to be reading off text messages. They're going to be talking about photos. I don't know if they said, I can't remember if they said they had videos. But yeah, well, they said they're going to be reading text messages. And I think they got photos and videos from freak offs. So we will be having all of that. And of course, I'll try to censor all of that for, monetization reasons also. And I like to keep my YouTube. But so we'll, I'll try to skip over those, you know how that goes. So don't get mad at me. Some stuff I'll say, but if you hear me like that, then you just know that it wasn't what it was. Obviously, we're not gonna crack any jokes or anything. I'll make appropriate jokes. I think I'm pretty good when it comes to sensitive subjects. But let me see. Again, this is what it takes to prove a racketeering conspiracy. Combs pled not guilty to all charges, racketeering, the 2 trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. What up, Detroit? Detroit Kings is in the building. What is racketeering? We're looking for a racketeering boss, guys. Racketeering is not a specific crime. So everyone's talking about, man, when's the RICO coming? Let me know when the RICO's coming. Everyone's only thinking of movie RICOs where it's just like guns and butter and they just doing drive-bys and stuff. No, that is not what it is. It's not a specific crime. It's a way of thinking about prosecuting a variety of crimes. Racketeering means engaging in illegal schemes. It's used in the Racketeering Influence and Corrupt Organization Act, the RICO, to describe 35 offenses, including kidnapping, murder, bribery, arson, extortion. Prosecutors must prove a pattern involving at least 2 of these instances of racketeering activity to convict someone under law. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, to convict someone of racketeering, there must be a criminal enterprise that existed. We already got confirmation that Bad Boy, Sean Combs Enterprise is paid for stuff, so we got us an enterprise. Diddy owns that. The enterprise affected interstate commerce. We know that we already had some of the escorts that flew to different states that have testified that they were in freak offs and they were paid. Whether it was by Cassie or Diddy, they were paid, and both of them were employed by Bad Boy, and the room was booked by Bad Boy or Sean Combs. So that's interstate commerce. Prostitution over a state line becomes federal. Inside the state is a state charge. The defendant was associated with or employed by the enterprise. Diddy's not only associated with it, he owned Bad Boy. He owned Sean Combs LLC or whatever it is, enterprise. The defendant engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity. Remember, you only have to commit 2 of these crimes. We've heard about the freak offs multiple times. We heard about Cassie in 2 different places if you want to use those, but you also got the extortion from Cassie's mom, where Diddy gave Cassie $20,000. She ended up being with Kid Cudi. Diddy threatened to release X tapes of Cassie if they didn't get $20,000. So they wire transferred $20,000 to the enterprise, which was Bad Boy Records. So you could use that there. You could also use Capricorn Clark with the kidnapping. The video of Diddy and Cassie that everyone says is only DV. Him stopping her from leaving, that's technically considered kidnapping, preventing someone from leaving at their own will. So you could use any of those. Then we haven't even got in all the drugs that were at the house, all the drugs that Diddy was arrested with. Also, we had testimony of Diddy providing drugs to people. So then you got distribution. Then you got illegal drugs just in general. You got the guns that were scratched off, which is illegal to have firearms, even though it was the bottom stock of it. And then you had the barrels separated. You still had that the serial numbers were scratched off, which are federal offenses. The defendant participated in at least 2 of these acts of racketeering, and I already named off several of those things. So you can pick your poison when it comes to that. But again, I'm not here to say if Diddy is innocent or guilty. All I'm here to do is read what's going on in the courtroom so you guys don't have to, and give you a little bit of entertainment. Rent is due on the 1st. So if Diddy gets out, guess what? It's still fuck Diddy, rent's due. If Diddy gets life, guess what? It's still fuck Diddy, rent is still due. So again, I don't have a dog in this fight, and none of y'all know Diddy either. So you shouldn't be that adamant about it. Yeah, I know if you feel like they screwing him over and they doing him an injustice, okay, cool. But right now, he's on trial. He's getting his due process, so we got to let it play out. Again, when the prosecution is up, I'm on their side looking at it from their lens. When the defense is up, I'm looking at it for their lens. I'm not defending them. I'm not going against them. I'm just giving my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a doctor. The minimum sentence of racketeering varies by jurisdiction and severity of the crime. Convicted racketeers could also face fines. All right, so that's what we got here. Yeah, the defense already said that Diddy's Frank Black. Diddy's Frank Black, and we know those prescription meds. The prescription meds were up under Frank Black's name. When he got arrested, there was prescriptions on him. In Miami, there was prescriptions. I think the ones in New York had the Frank Black on them. But remember, the Miami house had the cocaine, the MDMA, and it had the methamphetamine, aka meth. So that means Diddy was on the highest of highest. Or as Cassie and Brianna would say, Diddy was higher. Cassie was always higher. We found out that's all Cassie did was illicit substances, go to freak offs, go to the mall, video shoots. But that's where we're at right now, and we should be coming back into the courthouse. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. All right, we doing better today. We had 75 likes. I know yesterday y'all gypped me. Y'all put that knife that Diddy threw. Y'all took that knife out the wall. Well, after Cassie threw it, she was the last one. Diddy threw it at her. Cassie ducked. Cassie threw it back at Diddy. He ducked. He ran out. Y'all took that knife and put it in my back yesterday. How y'all treat me? Yeah. So Cassie was using Frank Black also, but Cassie had another nickname. Cassie had a female nickname for her. I forgot what hers was, but Frank Black is what they used, which was a play on Frank White, which Biggie went by. So we already had the hotel. Remember, we had 2 hotel managers testify. We had a hotel manager that testified that gave us the list of this here. The jury saw notes associated with Puff Daddy's rooms. Please monitor outside of Diddy's rooms, down the hallway, and spray the air freshener. Always spills candle wax on everything. Uses excessive amount of oil. Place the room out of order upon departure from deep cleaning. Authorize an extra $1,000 whenever Diddy stays in a room. Then we had the hospitality manager who said that they had to charge Diddy $500. Was it $500 or $300 for the drapes? Anyway, they had to charge. It turned out to be like $800 that they had to charge for the drapes, that they were all oily and stuff. So we know Frank Black is the one that was booking these rooms. And also we got records that the Amex was paid for with Diddy's Amex card, but they said somebody else was there, which ties into with Diddy and Cassie being in New York during the 26th of September. If you remember yesterday, or it may have been the day before, it was either yesterday or the day before, they said that there was a room book using Sean Combs' Amex, but he wasn't there. So maybe Diddy was back and forth. I don't know. We'll see what's going on here. But it's all over the place, man. We gonna figure it out, and we waiting for them to return from lunch. Going crazy. You know, TikTok don't like us talking about this stuff. TikTok always talking about restricting something. But we in here. We're gonna do what we gotta do. And I'm gonna give you guys these updates, and we're gonna keep it pushing. It's an hour ago. All right, so he's talking about how do you bar a defendant from the courtroom? Happened before. When the court warns the defendant that it will remove the defendant from the courtroom for disruptive behavior, but the defendant persists in conduct that justifies removal from the courtroom, the trial may proceed. Federal proceedings. Let's see. Yeah, they can still watch it. They just ain't gonna be in the thing. Let me see what this say. So, federal rules of criminal procedure. Defendants present when not required. I'm trying to find exactly where. Okay, so in the federal rule 43, defense's presence, it says you can waive and continued presence. So you got to when it's required during sentencing, the initial appearance, initial arrangement, and the plea, every trial stage, including jury impanelment and the return of a verdict. That's when it's required. When it's not required, organizational defendant. The defendant is an organization represented by counsel. So say it's your business, that no one from the business has to be there. It could just be the lawyer. A misdemeanor offense, it's like traffic ticket or the DV. You know what I mean? You can do that by video, they say. A conference or a hearing or legal question, a sentence correction. So you can get sentenced, but then when the correction comes in, all right, we sentence you to 20 years, but then you got a sentencing correction. All right, we said 20 initially, is actually 12. You don't have to be there for that. But then they said waive and continue presence under Rule 43. In general, defendant who was initially present at trial or who has pled guilty or nolo waives the right to be present under the following circumstances. When the defendant is voluntarily absent after the trial has begun, regardless whether the court informed remove where yeah, they just kicked me off of TikTok. Where it say when a defendant voluntarily absent when it begun, regardless of whether the court has informed the defendant of an obligation to remain during trial. In a non-capital case, the defendant is voluntarily absent during sentencing, or when the court warns the defendant that it will remove the defendant from the courtroom from disruptive behavior, but the defendant persists in conduct that justifies removal from the courtroom. All right, yeah. So as long as they give the warning, then they're good. All right, so I guess we won't do that anymore.
Lee, Inner City Press, here at midday on Thursday, June 5th for the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. And what a morning it's been. It started late, but Bongalan, Brianna, Combs' lawyer, Westmoreland, took her to the very edge and then showed that the date on which she said she'd been injured, or at least the metadata of the photo of her bruise that she took right after the incident of hanging off the balcony. On that very same day, Sean Combs was staying in the Trump International Hotel by Central Park West and ordering a $200 breakfast. This wasn't explained really on redirect. They just said, you're not in it for the money, are you? And you can't remember everything. But the metadata, it's not a question, I mean, she's only one witness. So what I want to get to in the brief time we have before it restarts is during the break, after the jurors were out, Judge Subramanian told Agnifilo, your client has been smiling and nodding at jurors, and it can't continue. And if it does, I'll give a limiting instruction. which you won't like, or I'll have your client removed from the courtroom. Now, people ask me, is it that possible? It is. There's a criminal rule of criminal federal procedure. Anyway, FRCP 43 says that it can be once a warning has been given and reasons are put on the record, and the trial can proceed. So we'll see if it comes to that. There's some juror stuff that is also of some concern. I don't know what the judge is going to do about it. What the judge said about the upcoming witness, Jane, he read a warning that there should be no recording in notes or sketches of the witness. Now, this is a problem. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but do notes mean written notes? Because that's the whole point of the press being here, is that we're writing. No one wants to, they put an exhibit on the screen of the previous witness, apparently by mistake, but there was no way to know it was a mistake. But now, this more recent one, I think I'm fully committed to the pseudonymous thing. But I think it was important. There was some legal argumentation, but nothing about this idea that no notes can be taken. They're here in Kim Lau Square, as I call it. Some call it Chatham Square. Federal judges are crossing the street. It's Chinatown. It's lunchtime, and it's the Sean Combs trial reaching new peaks. We're working already on week 4 of Diddy on trial. Week 3 is available, in part to rebut some ridiculous reports that are coming out. But fact is getting stranger than fiction. We're going in, Inner City Press.
So we're going in.
Okay, here we are.
Said we're going in, guys. We are going in. Just 2 minutes ago. Again, we don't know what exactly. If they're going to be giving us live updates, but I guess they can still give us live updates. They just can't. So Rule 43, criminal procedure, 2024. All right, cool. We learning something now. We learning something. So you can get your ass kicked out the courtroom. All right, let's see.
It got settled very quickly, although not.
Thanks so much for joining us here today. And this really comes, I think it seems to me, as a pivotal moment for the defense. Right now, the prosecution has up what it seems to be, at times, a very, very shaky witness on the stand, talking about the drug use in the past, heavy drug use with her and Cassie and others. But now in this cross-examination, it seems like she's forgetting a lot of key details, or maybe she doesn't want to really disclose those.
It always happens in trials. Prosecution will bring up a key witness, and the witness will always be favorable for the prosecution, have a nice conversation with the prosecution, because it's the prosecution's witness. But then when the defense attorney gets up and decides to cross-examine them, they always are able to poke holes in the story. And by doing that, it's like, don't you remember this? And the witness would be like, no, I don't remember this. Or showing inconsistent statements. So that's the signs of a good defense attorney who has been studying the case, who knows the facts, and probably has been talking to Sean Combs too, in regards to certain questions to ask the witness in order for the witness to seem confused. Because credibility is huge. So whoever is the most credible, that's who the jurors will believe, and whether or not the jurors will believe this witness will come down to this witness's credibility.
Yeah, and one of the key details in this witness, as she is describing, she alleges that Sean Combs held her by a balcony and was saying derogatory things to her, and then also slammed her into the furniture when he was done yelling at her. But it came out in the...
Let me tell you about a guy I know, Mark Levine. Mark founded a community.
Well, I tell you about that. We don't care about no Mark Levine. All right, man. So I guess I'm gonna leave TikTok alone because they took the live down, but then I appealed it and they said, "Oh, can you get the live back?" But man, I'm not about to bring it, man. Fuck that shit. Oh well, we tried. We tried. We got to talk about it on something else. We can't talk about it on the Diddy trial. Oh well. All right. We waiting on some updates. We're coming back from lunch. And I think it's Enrique. E-N. I don't know how to spell Enrique. Oh, let me see what's up next. That's what's the name. This is Xavier Donaldson here. Diddy speaks to his lawyers before the start of the day proceeding on Thursday in the sketch. Everybody's going over the discrepancies. See what ABC talking about. You know, they be on some bull.
To the Sean Diddy Combs trial, a new testimony from a woman who alleges Combs dangled her over a 17th floor balcony. Chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky is at the courthouse with more. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning to you, Rebecca. An alleged sex trafficking victim is expected to testify here today that Sean Combs used lies, drugs, and threats to force her into freak-offs. After the jury hears more from a different woman who claims Combs hoisted her over that balcony. This morning, a critical witness for the prosecution, a woman testifying under the pseudonym Jane, who prosecutors say began a secret relationship with Sean Combs in 2020 and spent years in hotel rooms for forced sex. Jane's testimony will follow the cross-examination of Brianna Bongolan, known as Bonna, who described years of drug use with her friend Cassie Ventura. Cassie, all the way right! And she testified Ventura FaceTimed her before the premiere of her movie The Perfect Match.
I want to try something new.
What did you see? Prosecutors asked. Her black eye, Bongolan said. I was a little quiet, and I remember saying, I'm sorry. Bongolan testified Combs once hoisted her over this balcony after barging into Ventura's apartment on the 17th floor. For a split second, I was thinking about if I was going to fall. She said Combs kept yelling at her, you know what the expletive you did, before throwing her onto this furniture, leaving bruises. Combs denied it happened, and the defense challenged her account. Isn't it true you told the government just 2 days ago you couldn't recall the details of what happened on the balcony, a defense attorney asked? Bongolan replied, I don't remember. Once Bongolan's testimony concludes, the jury will hear from Jane. She's a key figure in the government's second sex trafficking count against Sean Combs. George, he denies all the charges. George.
Aaron Katursky, thanks.
They trying to get us right there. The burden of Diddy. Man. Whoa, get that out of here. We're not getting copyright today. We're trying to make it about this thing. We just waiting for them to get back, man. They told me 1:30. Nah, Jane Doe isn't getting up there until after Enrique. Kendall said Enrique's. There ain't no accent mark over that last E. ENRYQUE. Enrique. I might name my son Enrique. Enrique Moore. All right, that sounds decent. All right, 1 minute ago, they're back. They're back, and the judge said I could stay past 4. My sentence has been adjourned, so I could stay late, Mrs. Shapiro. I have a meeting with lawyers in another matter. All right, so we in at 4. Jeez, thank you. This judge has a heart. Whew. I was not trying to stay on here till 5. I ain't gonna lie to you. I enjoy this, but I was not trying to stay on here till till 11 o'clock. All right, so we just ended that 4 today. All right. So we need to get Enrique up here. What is it, 1:35? Well, shit, it's almost 2 o'clock now. So we got 2 hours. Let's take this first 30 minutes to knock out Enrique. That goes for prosecution and cross and redirect. Get him up and out of here. And then let's get this last hour and a half. Let's just jump straight into the steak and potatoes. You know what I'm saying? With a little bit of Monica in our lives, a little bit of cornbread. You know what I mean? I do some corn on the cob. I'm not a big fan of corn, but we'll do some corn on the cob with this. All right, so they said they'll end at 4 today. All right, we're back. The crazy thing is we're really this is our entertainment. For the last 4 weeks, this is what we've done every day. Our entertainment hasn't been TV. Our entertainment has just been reading tweets about what's going on. Man, it's crazy how far we've came. This is our entertainment. Well, I mean, I guess in our parents' day, you know, they had the OJ trial. They were actually watching it. They were coming home and watching it. Well, it was going on during the daytime. So they had it on at work in the lunchroom. I used to go to my dad's job. They used to be watching it. That's back when my mom and dad worked together. And then my mama left. Became a paralegal. She left a good man. They were still married and together. She just left the job. So then they had to go separate cars. And then that means more gas because now we got 2 cars going to different places. That was stretching thin the money for the kids. And we didn't get all the toys that we needed. Why couldn't they just work together? And then my mama went over to Hallmark. And she did all the leases for all Hallmark stores around the world. That was her job. If there was ever a new Hallmark, that lease contract came to my mama. She was in charge of that. She was doing big things. And I was like, Mama, I'm so proud of you. My dad was over there cracking skulls at his job. I was so proud of my father, but the money wasn't trickling down. We weren't receiving none of the funds. Please send some of that money down to the kids. We're thirsty. Mom, Dad, help us, please. All the other kids got cool shoes. Please, let me get a pair of cool shoes. But they told us, no, you don't deserve it. You piece of shit. And then I asked my mama for $20 one day. She slapped the hell out of me. Pow. Nah, she ain't slapped me. But yeah, my mama used to do the leases for Hallmark. And then she retired. I think it was 23. Was it 23? Yeah, it was 23 because it's right before I moved. Yeah, Eric. Hey, Eric, you see what I sent you on Instagram today? Eric, check what I sent you on Instagram. All right, the judge is entering. All right, here we go. All right, so real quick, the exhibits that they were trying to bring in is the actual text messages from Cassie to Christina Corum. It says first a stipulation, a seizure at the Miami airport, a Christina Corum cell phone. These are true excerpts. Published exhibit. Text bubbles with Cassie. Dangles over ledge. OMG. Metadata shows it was September 30th. Diddy checked in the 24th to the 29th. It happened on the 30th. It happened on the 30th. I told you what the defense is doing. We don't have the dates. But the text message from Cassie was on the 30th, talking about dangles over the edge. OMG. So Cassie did see it. And it happened on the 30th. So the metadata on the phone was wrong because we got the text messages on the 30th. Uh-oh. 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 Text bubbles with Cassie. Dangles over ledge. Christina Corum had this same cell phone from 2016. I mean, I guess when you port your iPhone over, every time you get a new iPhone, the messages stay, right? Who keeps a text thread from 2016? Oh hell no! After look, if me and you got a conversation going back and forth, and let's say we ain't each other after like 10 days, oh, I'm deleting that whole thread. There ain't nothing in there I need to be looking at. No, 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 no. Oh hell no! I delete mine. What on WhatsApp? I keep my WhatsApp, but that's WhatsApp. 'Cause that's what I kind of, that's what I communicate with everybody on. Because you can text everywhere for free. See, I had WhatsApp back when WhatsApp used to cost 99 cents a year before Facebook bought it. Yeah, I'm way back then. But so it actually happened. It just was a couple of days later. And that's why the defense said, nah, we don't want that in there. No, we good. We good. So all that Westmoreland did, it sounded good. Boy, let's say, it's still up to the prosecution. It's still up to the prosecution. So it turned out it is true. It did happen. Damn. I tip my hat to the prosecutors because these are my tax dollars at work. So if Diddy's hanging niggas off of balconies and whooping on them, and we got proof of both, I say that if Diddy is found guilty, my tax dollars are going to a good cause. We're getting the filth off the streets. Okay, this judge looking at the jurors. But again, we're not here to say if Diddy's innocent or guilty. We just know that well, nigga, there's text messages. Do I pay taxes living in another country? Yes, because I have an American job. In Germany, you aren't tax exempt. Now, if I go to Dubai, I will be, but Germany isn't tax exempt. Just like if you worked on a base in the UK, you still have to pay federal taxes if you're paid by the federal government. And then also, I got my YouTube. So my YouTube isn't based here. My YouTube gets federally taxed also. You know what I mean? When I file my taxes, I gotta pay what I owe. You feel me? But that's why I try to write everything off. But you talking about, do I pay tax living in another? You damn right I pay taxes living in another country, man. They ain't about to seize none of my properties or anything. You know, you ain't paid in 17 years. What you mean? What you mean? All right. So we got the phone being entered back in to evidence in 23. Why wouldn't you delete them though? If I'm moving like this, man, I'm getting rid of phones. I'm always gonna have a new phone. I'm always deleting messages. The hell with that. Yeah, but they subpoenaed the phone. These messages are directly from, this isn't from no cloud or nothing. They got these just because they were in the phone. She still had a text thread with Cassie in her phone, and Cassie wasn't fucking with them for 4 years. This just Diddy and them moving stupidly. That's all this. That's all we can account this to. Why would you even have a text thread with Cassie when Cassie ain't been around since 2018? You got arrested in 2024. Like, that's just stupid. Why do you have a phone with incriminating evidence on you still? The way y'all, like, this is just stupid. Should have never gave you niggas money. But all right, let's get back into this thing, man. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We got Enrique about to take the stand. Enrique, come on down. They're back past 4. I'm trying to see, are we missing something? Judge entered the first stipulation, a seizure at the Miami airport. So the dates were just off. Judge will end at 4. Yeah, so that's all we got right now. Yeah, they said this came directly off the phone at the Miami airport. This isn't from the cloud. No, they saying it came straight from the phone. And these are true excerpts. That means true. They weren't deleted. They weren't in the cloud. This is true. These are true text messages right here. We took screenshots of these motherfuckers. We didn't go in the cloud or none of that. We went in there. We was like, okay, what the hell? Balcony. Interesting. Screenshot. Everybody looking for their co-conspirator, call up Christina Coral. I like this. This is when we get good. All right, metadata shows September 30th, 2016. Bring the witness in. That's still the last thing we got. All right, here we go. We got an update, guys. Enrique. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. I'm Modi J. This is the Mo You Know. We, 3 hours in? We got Enrique coming down to the stage. About to give his testimony before Jane Doe. On the stand, Enrique Santos. I have worked for the Southern District of New York Prosecutor's Office for 17 years. I've done 3,000 cell phone extractions. These 3 iPhones, who were they? Cassie Ventura. One had a change IMEI number. That's the number on the back of your phone. It had been repaired. So Enrique Santos is an investigative analyst for the U.S. Attorney's Office, was called to the witness stand. He's an expert in pulling data from cell phones, tablets, and other devices with GPS technology. So either it was, well, there, shit, I was reading off my phone, but there it go right there. So either it was on the cloud or it was directly off the phone, but they said that these are true excerpts. So I'm assuming that that means it was right off the phone. Prosecution shows 2016 text from Cassie describing Diddy allegedly choking. Oh, we didn't know about the choking. We just know about the coming behind Brianna and dangling her off a balcony. Before calling Enrique to the stand, Ms. Salvik reviewed a screenshot of a text message thread between Christina Courtroom, Diddy's former chief of staff, and Cassie. According to the metadata, the photo was taken on September 30th, 2016. Ventura texted Courtroom, "I just found out some crazy shit." Ventura then said, "He came into my house while my friends were here, and we were all sleeping, and they woke me up because he was ringing the bell like crazy at 3 a.m. And when he came in, I went in my room, and he went to Bonner, choked her, and then dangled her feet over the balcony. This is crazy." So then Cassie said, "I have to stay away." The screenshot was recorded from Courtroom's phone, which was seized March 25th. So it was directly off the phone. It was directly off. It wasn't on the cloud. It was a screenshot recorded from her actual phone in 24. 8 years after this incident happened, she still had the text on her phone. But let me guess. On my channel, I'm bringing down the black guy. But it looks like Christina Courtroom's cell phone is the one bringing down the black guy that brought himself down by doing all this stupid shit. But let me guess, I'm the guy bringing down the black guy. Why would she still have this on her phone 8 years later? You gotta love it. You got to love it. Nah, no one can't live rent-free in none of my properties. I'm getting the engagement. No one can live rent-free in my. You know why they can't live rent-free? Because I was right. I was right. And there's nothing better in life than being right and making a nigga feel stupid. Making a motherfucker feel like they don't know what they talking about is the best feeling on earth. And that nigga ain't never came back after I squashed that nigga with facts. They can't fuck with me when it comes to debating. All right, let's see what we got here. What the hell? Yeah, they can. That's what. Well, anything that goes to the cloud, like Kendall said, if you're saving text message to the SIM card, to the cloud, oh yeah, they can pull all that. There's no getting rid of that. That's why everything. Well, the good thing about Samsung and why I ain't never upgrade. 1 terabyte with a 500 gig memory card inside of here. I could take that memory card out and break that motherfucker. It's over with. I can. They come. This case come right off. Get that SIM card up out of there. You can have a phone. I don't do none of that saving to the cloud. I don't do none of that. I turn all my photos. They go to the memory card. Dude, I don't save nothing on no damn cloud. I don't save nothing on the cloud. They be talking about my email. My email box is almost full. I delete that down. I keep that up under 15 gigs to around like 10 gigs. But I do keep emails. But I got a personal email address and I got a real email address. I got several other email addresses, but you know, That's given. If you're an adult in 2025, you need at least 5 email addresses. All right, 15 minutes ago. Oh man, so we ain't getting nothing. So he's probably about to give us a whole list of maybe text messages that they found. They submitted the Cassie text from September 30th. Like, why? I really don't understand why they would still have these phones. You can't. I don't know, man. I don't know. If you're moving like this, we all seen The Wire. Every like 2 days, you're supposed to get rid of that damn phone. What's the name was smart enough? What was her name? Capricorn Clark was smart enough to get Cassie a burner phone. Diddy makes too much money to be walking around with the same phones and devices and text messages from fucking 2018 or 2016. Analyst says some of the contact names were lost or altered when recovering data from Cassie's phone. Digital forensic Mr. Santos testified that he extracted data from 3 iPhones belonging to Cassie. He said investigators recovered several deleted records from the devices. Santos also testified that when the deleted records were recovered, certain messages lost contact names or had strange characters inserted into the names. So, all right. So he went back. He was on 3 phones with Cassie. He probably went through the Christina Combs phone also. We don't know what they even got off of Diddy's cell phone from when he got arrested. I mean, I use the cloud for like certain stuff. I don't put personal stuff on the cloud. All my personal stuff I put on like my external hard drives or something. And I can, because what if I don't have internet access? Then how am I going to access the cloud? You see what I'm saying? I mean, like, I got my contacts saved to the cloud. You know what I mean? I got those saved to the cloud, got them saved to my, well, I don't know how, like, Apple, everything's connected together, but like I can save everything to my Gmail, like with Google. And then whenever I just log in with my Google, it's kind of like the Apple ID. So it'll go to everything, but I can even do that when I log into an iPhone. I mean, I don't really know too much about iPhones. I got like an iPhone 11, but I only use it for music. Or like back when before my mom had WhatsApp, I would FaceTime her off my iPhone or my old MacBook. All right. Yeah, if you're living right, you don't have to worry about no one coming to get your stuff. I just like personally, because my Facebook got deleted because I got those copyright strikes. So there was like I used to have all my old albums from like when I was at family. So I lost a couple of thousand photos. So that's why after that, I made sure I mean, I always put stuff on my external hard drive, but you know, all those old photos on Facebook, I think it was gonna stay around forever, but I ended up losing it. So I lost all of that stuff. But all right, here we go. If a user takes a screenshot, what is the metadata? Santos said the creation date, the modified date, where is it stored? And where is it stored? The state said this exhibit. Is this another extraction? Yes, no further questions. All right, so shit, they going through this real quick. The defense says some deleted messages remain. Yes. Yeah, they going shit. They went through Santos quick as hell. Yeah, my old account, My old Instagram, that thing was gone. I don't know, man. I lost a lot of shit, man. It is what it is, man. My kids are just gonna have to know who I was at 35 and above. They ain't gonna get to know who I was as a youngin'. All right, so some deleted messages still remain. We're just waiting on this. And it looks like we're gonna 217. So probably about 2:30, we'll get Jane Doe up here. So this guy's just proven. So everything that we're about to see is probably going to be extractions from all the phones that they're going to be talking about. We know that there's 10 videos that have been synced together. Well, not synced together, but edited for enhanced audio. There's 10 of those. Jane Doe's coming up next. So I wonder what the defense is about to say about these deleted messages. Oh boy. Can y'all hear that? I can't tell if that's a bee or a fly this time. Let it get close enough. I'm gonna slap the hell out of it. All right, so here we go. Tina Garrigo said the September 30th is the capture date of the screenshot, correct? Yes. Thank you. Next witness. So September 30th is a screenshot of what happened. So that means there was a time that they was there. Like, why would you say that was a screenshot of the 30th? You could have just said that they weren't there, but maybe they go into more detail on CNN. I don't know, but we know that the text message was September 30th, whether it was a screenshot or not. It's a capture date of the screenshot. So they went through the phone and they scrolled all the way back and they seen the text message. Well, wait, it can't be a screenshot of I don't know. I got to see how CNN is breaking this down. Well, I guess that's it, man. I guess they don't care. They just, oh man, I know. I would have been like, hey man, this is all y'all calling me up here for? All right, next witness. All right, that's it. But there was a screenshot, and Cassie did say that this thing had happened. So that's that. We got Jane Doe coming up next with some sealed exhibits. That's that. Hold on, let me get this right. All right, the next witness. The state said first, some sealed exhibits under the pseudonym order and because actually explicit 1503. At this time, we call Jane. Jane, come on down. What to expect to hear from Jane based on opening statements. Jane, a single mother, began dating Diddy in 2020. Could Jane be 50's baby mama? Combs promised that if they did freak offs, they would spend quality time together. But it was a lie. Johnson said. Instead, he allegedly forced her to take drugs and stay awake for days at a time. Remember, the singer Cassie, former longtime girlfriend, testified that Diddy physically and actually abused her and used violence to blackmail and had her participate in dual drug-fueled sex parties. Yeah, that's a fly. That's a big ass motherfucker too. God damn it, I'm in the middle of something, man. After about a year, Combs and Jane had a physical fight at her home. She tried to run out the front door, but he grabbed her in the chokehold, lifted her by her neck, and then kicked her to the ground. Later that night, he forced her into a freak off. In contrast, the defense said in its opening statement, Jane was a willing participant in these X encounters. They also argued that the fight last year featured mutual violence. So last year in 24, Jane's allegations are key to a racketeering charge, one count of X trafficking and one count of transportation to engage in P2. Jane takes a stand. The judge read the jury an instruction about the witness testifying under the pseudonyms. He reminded the panel that they will learn Jane's true identity, but it won't be said publicly in court. So they will know about it. Let me see. Daphne Joy, Diddy 2020. Look at this. Daphne and Diddy dated from 2020 to 2022. And then you remember when 50 Cent called her out and she tried to say that 50 Cent R-word her. As soon as she did that, 50 Cent sued her for defamation and he was going for full custody of his son and she dropped that. She's a mother of one. And remember, 50 was going off talking about, oh shit, you with Puff. You was helping Puff move them women around. Oh, 50's about to have a field day. If this is her, oh man, 50 about to get full custody of Sire. Oh man, damn. We thought it was Gina. It's probably 50's baby mama.
$50 Cent is reacting to his ex-girlfriend and baby mama Daphne Joy being named in the Diddy lawsuit. In case you're unaware, Daphne was named as one of Diddy's workers. And by worker, I mean a very specific type of worker that I cannot state on this app because this video will get taken down. I'm sure you can do the math. In response, 50 posted this picture of himself smoking a cigar. In the caption, he says, "I didn't know you was a blank worker, you little blank worker, LOL. Yo, this is a movie." 50 also shared a screenshot of a news report from Fox that you can pause to read, detailing alleged activity that was going on during Diddy's freak-off parties. In the caption, 50 says, "Shaking my head, this is gonna be so good. What do you want to bet that I'm gonna get these tapes? I'll pay top dollar for them. You've been over there. I don't go to puffy parties." It's no secret, 50 Cent has been waiting for the downfall of Diddy. And the fact that his baby mama is allegedly involved with all of this, I'm sure he's having a field day.
And now we see why 50 don't give a fuck about Diddy. He don't give a fuck about his baby mama either, but he don't know what be going on when she got the kid. She may have been taking the kid to Puffy's house, if this is her. Oh, man. You know 50's about to be clowning 2021 to 2024. Oh, Lord. Do I think he hit? Shit, man. I think Diddy put pause on any of these women, man. It isn't too far-fetched. We haven't seen nothing to say that he wouldn't. I mean, they said, he was with Kim Porter. Like, maybe J-Lo, because J-Lo was an actual star, but everybody else, yeah, we gonna find out. Because they got text messages. They got shit. I don't know. Jane testified she was in a relationship with Diddy from 21 to 24. Comey asked Jane who she was in a relationship from 21 to 24. She said Diddy. She said she called Combs Sean Baby Ernie Snookums. She said they called each other Bert and Ernie, like characters on Sesame Street. Diddy. How the Diddy scandal relates to Bert and Ernie, and this was 8 months ago. So did someone figure that out 8 months ago? What the hell? Oh shit. Daphne calls Diddy. Is there anything that came out with this? Is there a post or anything? Let's continue on. So she called him Ernie and Snookums. Now we aren't for sure. Yeah, this isn't Carisha though. Carisha wasn't with him in 21. She got with him like in 22. It was in the peak of the pandemic. I don't think this is Carisha. And Carisha ain't a mother. Carisha got like, man, that motherfucker got like 3 kids or some shit like that. I think she got like, yeah, I think she got like 2 or 3 kids. I know she got more than 1 kid. So this is a single mother, and Daphne Joy is a single mother. So she fits it. I don't think Gina got kids. What did you call him? Sean, Baby, Ernie? Why Ernie? We did that. I was Bert. When did you meet him? So that's that role playing that Diddy does. When did you meet him? On a girl's trip to Miami in 2020. He was dating my friend. He was really fun and nice. We went on the yacht together. Daphne Joy. Wait. Daphne Joy. Nah, there was a photo when she first started getting with Diddy. There was a photo of her with another girl that had been messing with Diddy. Oh man, we all over here, man. Damn it, man. They done got me off my shit. So she said she met Diddy in Miami 2020. He was dating her friend. He was really funny and nice. They went on a yacht partying. Nah, it can't be Young Miami, guys. They said it one. Miami has 2 kids. So it can't be Miami. They got on the stand and said it was a single mother of 1. Yeah, it is a few exes. So we just throwing out names, man. There's like 50 women that Diddy was probably involved with. We don't know, but we're gonna find out today before this is over. And if we don't, guess what? Twitter will. Twitter's gonna figure this out for us. Just let it marinate 10, 15 minutes. Everybody gonna do what we doing. I'm trying to read these updates. And we'll if y'all find a link or something, let me know and we'll do that. Because right now we got Young Miami. Potentially, because it did say a single mother. I thought it said a single mother with 1 kid. We got Young Miami. We got Daphne. We got Gina. Oh, man, it could be anybody. It could be one of my exes. Oh, shit. So they went on a yacht in Miami. He was fun. He gave me his cell number. Did you see drugs? She said, yes. The first night, one of my friends said he wanted drugs, I guess. The state said, I don't want you to guess. Where did you go? The studio in 2 Star. A man pulled out pink powder. My girlfriend was upset. She thought I was getting with Sean, so we left abruptly. The next day, drinks by the pool, then movie night. In the theater in his residence, he texted me, "I'd like to take you out." I replied I felt complicated. If you was that complicated, why'd you take the number then? That's your friend. You didn't know Diddy. Y'all went on the yacht with them because she knew Diddy. It was complicated. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. See, fellas, that's why I tell you, if one friend don't want you, go to the next friend. One woman's trash is another woman's trash. It's complicated. Then don't respond. Tell your homegirl, Diddy trying to get at me, but you ain't do that, did you? No. But we not here because, it's all right to stab your friend in the back. That's okay. Well, we are here for the crimes that were committed, and we already heard drugs on the first night. Uh-oh, this is getting good. It's kind of complicated, guys, though. Stick with me. Follow me, though. It's complicated. Oh, this is going to get interesting, and we get 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 6 days of this. Yes, sir. This is going to get good. Oh, yeah, we've been waiting on this. This is what we've been waiting on right here. All right. Witness says she first met Combs on a girls' trip to Miami and recalls being drawn to him. Yeah, he's a fucking billionaire with a goddamn yacht, and y'all ain't got no yacht. And y'all was sitting on the side of the damn pier. And he's like, bring y'all broke asses on, and y'all came and got on the yacht. Y'all wasn't drawn into him. Y'all was broke. Jane testified that she first met Diddy on a girls' trip to Miami in late 2020. She said she met Diddy, who was romantically involved with a friend who was also on the trip, at a dinner he hosted at his Miami home. Diddy paid for the trip. What? So you wasn't on a girls' trip. You was on a Diddy trip. Oh, Lord. They weren't on a girls' trip. They was on a Diddy trip. Diddy paid for the trip. She's making it seem like, oh, we were just out in Miami on a girls' trip and Diddy pulled up on the yacht like, oh, shit, there go the girl I fuck with. Y'all come get on the yacht. Diddy paid for them to be there. That ain't no girls' trip. That's a Diddy trip. Was there a freak off the first night? Because if there was a freak off the first night and Diddy flew them to Miami, ex-trafficking. Well, if there's a money exchange, we can't jump to conclusions. But this is officially a Diddy trip. This wasn't a girl trip. Address it the way it was. Diddy paid for y'all to go down there. That's why y'all was hanging with this nigga on the yacht and at this nigga's house. I thought the way it was coming off was they was in Miami and they ran into Diddy. You see what I'm saying? And her homegirl that was fucking with Diddy wasn't there, and Diddy tried to get. That's how I thought it was. But no, Diddy paid for all of them to come down there. That's not a girl's trip. Just because all girls are going, if a nigga pays for it, it's that nigga's trip. It needs to be addressed that way. That's Diddy's trip, not y'all trip. That's Diddy's trip. Because y'all on Diddy's yacht. Y'all in Diddy's house. Y'all at Diddy's table. Y'all at Diddy's movie theater. That's Diddy's trip. You got an all-inclusive trip to Diddy land. Don't say it's a girl's trip because y'all didn't pay for shit. It ain't your trip if you ain't paid for it. When you at school and you go on a field trip, you don't say, I'm going on a trip. It's a field trip. It's a school trip. You don't say that's your trip. No, that's the school shit. I'm going with the school. Oh, Lord. Yeah, they were flew in from all over the place. All right, so she said she met Combs, who was romantically involved with a friend who was also on a trip at a dinner he hosted in Miami at his home. Diddy paid for the trip. She recalled the trip lasting about 5 days and seeing Diddy on about 3 of them. She said the first night she met Combs, he was really hospitable and funny. Yeah, I bet he was. He was really charming, really nice, and I was already drawn to him pretty instantly, she said. The group started at Combs' Miami home and then went to party on the yacht. So they wasn't staying in hotels. They were staying at Diddy Land. For 5 days, they was at Diddy Land, but Diddy had to go do what Diddy had to do. So 2 days he wasn't there. Oh yeah, we can go stay at Diddy's house. First of all, I don't know fucking Diddy. I'm not staying at this nigga's house. So this nigga can kick us out and then we ain't got nowhere to go. You don't never do this unless it's like a family member or something. You always get your own place. But remember, it's not a girl's trip, it's a Diddy's trip. The group started at Diddy's home in Miami and then went to party on a yacht. There was a little bit of flirting going on, Jane testified, of those early encounters. But you text him, it was complicated. It wasn't that complicated if you flirting with this nigga and he fuck with your girl, and the only reason you in Miami is because of your girl. Oh man. Nah, Diddy ain't grooming. These are adults. Let's just see if it is Daphne Young. Oh, I put Daphne Young, not Daphne Young, Daphne Joy. 38 years old, and this is in 2020. So what, 5? She was 30. There ain't no grooming at 33. There ain't no grooming at 33. Now, again, she could be a willing participant to freak off. That is not illegal. We're not talking about that. We're here for the crimes. But what we're breaking down is, see what happens when you go behind your girl's back and do some foul shit? You get into some bullshit. They call that karma. Now, I'm not saying the abuse was the karma, but this whole situation is. All right. I went to Miami in January of 21. He got me a hotel room. So she went back down there by herself to Diddy Land, but he got a hotel room this time. Where did you have your first date? The hotel balcony. How long did your first date last? 5 days? What did you tell him about your past? That I dated someone he knew. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. And Jane said, also, my child's father didn't get along with Sean. He said he didn't mind. It's Daphne Joy, 50 Cent's baby mama. 50 Cent's baby mama was out here wilding out. How many children do you have? 1. What did Sean say about his relationships? Only my friend. He said he wasn't in a real relationship. Oh, shit. It's 50's baby mama. Yes. The internet is about to be on fire for at least another 2 weeks. I'm about to do a lot of trolling because that's what I do. Oh, man, I'm loving this. This is too easy to figure out. This was the first person I thought. First, we were thinking, okay, it might be Gina, but once I heard one kid, I went straight to 50 Cent's baby mama. I don't know how I knew, but I knew because 50 knew. That's why 50 was doing all of that trolling, because 50 knows all of this shit. All of this shit always gets back to 50. 50 got pull and power also. That's why the first thing I said was Daphne Joy. Y'all talking about Young Miami. I said, hell no. It's got to be 50's baby mama. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. This is good, though. This is good. That boy can sing. Also, my child's father didn't get along with Sean. Diddy said he didn't mind. How many children do you have? 1. And Diddy said that he was only dating her friend, but it wasn't a serious relationship. All right. What did you do? We made a lot of love. We walked on the beach. Oh, that nigga Diddy, sweet as hell. Later, we went on a proper first date, dressed up. So That first date, that nigga Diddy was cracking that first night in the hotel. So that nigga Diddy, all right, Diddy out here. We made lots of love. We walked on the beach. Later, we went on a proper first date, dressed up, a restaurant. I was head over heels. How did you stay in contact? Text. Did you travel with him? Turks and Caicos. I was excited. I'd never been to Turks. Easily impressed. Who else went in February of 2021? Christina Corum, the chief, the butler, and at one point the barber. How long did you stay? 9 days in Turks, 6 days in the Bahamas. Well, let's go see if we got any goddamn pictures of Daphne Joy and the motherfucking Turks. Daphne Joy is messing with Jason Derulo at one point too. Oh, they probably didn't take no photos. Let's continue on. Nah, man. It sounds like Diddy's a pure gentleman right now. Jane testified about exchanging numbers with Diddy. First seeing him in drugs. They asked Jane, one of the accusers who was using the pseudonym, blah, blah, blah. They talked on the 2020 yacht in Miami. She testified, the nickname Bird and Ernie. All right, later that night, Jane and the group went back to Diddy's house. They went to the home and used the pool. We didn't know about that. Jane went with Diddy to his studio to get a pink. Oh, shit. So she said they went to the studio. Thank you, CNN. We needed this update because this information is coming in hot. So Jane went with Diddy to his studio to get a pink powder drug after one of the other girls asked for drugs. There's the distribution right there. Diddy is supplying the other girls with drugs. So there we go. We got an eyewitness. It's not just a DV, guys. She recalled a man in the studio building giving Diddy the pink powder. Jane asked them if the drug was safe, and she recalled they looked at her like, yeah, it's the best. Jane's group left Combs' house abruptly after that because her friend who was seeing Diddy at the time suspected that something was going on between Jane and Diddy. That's because they went to the studio and came back with the pink cocaine. Jane says Combs pursued her. No, he didn't. You said it was complicated and you replied. Jane testified the next day Diddy hosted a pool party for them. And on their last day in Miami, they all watched a movie together. She said that Diddy was texting her during the movie, asking if he could take her out. She testified she told him they would be in touch. Oh, so she didn't say it was complicated. She said they would be in touch. After Jane left Miami, she said Diddy texted and called her. I remember his flirtatious. He was inviting me to Miami, she said. She said she was hesitant at first because her friend still had feelings for Diddy, but after her friend got engaged, god damn, they move motherfucking fast as hell, don't they? She still had feelings for Combs, but after her friend got engaged, she felt she could consider the possibility of being with Diddy. What the fuck is going on here? They were just on the yacht in Miami, and then she's engaged by January. She said, what? What the fuck is going on? Look at this. She went on a girls' trip in late 2020. So let's just say the end of the year, Labor Day. Let's say Labor Day, the last summer, the last weekend of the summer, Labor Day weekend. By January, she was going back to Miami. The friend was fucking with Diddy up till September and got engaged by January. They went to Turks and Caicos in February. What the fuck is going on here? They move on fast, don't they? They were just out there in September. That means she was fucking Diddy while being with the other guy, or some stupid nigga was like, well, we've been together for 3 months. That's engaged. What proposed? What? What is wrong with these niggas, man? Oh, this is good. I'm clowning these niggas tonight. They talking about you don't clown a black guy while he's down, man. Fuck this, nigga. We laughing at all these dudes. Okay, Turk and Caicos. She said, I've never been to Turk, but we went in February 21. 9 days in Turk, 6 days in the Bahamas. So shit, they were gone for 15 days with a nigga she just fucked on. Comey said, what was your work? Advertising brands on my social media. What did he give you? A love bracelet. He said he'd give me money because he'd taken me many days away. I really appreciated that. How much? 10,000. Wow. So not only did he pay for everything, he then started paying her. And that's how you reel them in. Yeah, I give you 10,000. Won't you do this freak off with it, your boy? Won't you do this freak off with Playboy? It ain't nothing, just a little baby oil just glistening on that. Yeah, it ain't nothing. Yeah, it ain't nothing. Just a little freak off, just a little rubby. When they get done, come put it right here on me. Oh, $10,000 will make the coochie go, woo, woo. Oh, woo, woo. This is good. I like this. I like this. What drugs had you used before? Ecstasy twice in 2014 and 2015. You used it in Turks? Who suggested it? Shine like 10 times in the pool. He gave me a pill. Said it would be more fun. I was walking down the beach with him and I fell. No, this is not, whoa. This is not grooming. She's 33 years old. She knows right from wrong. This is not grooming. She was going along with it, but we aren't here for that. We aren't here for that. What we're here for is Diddy distributing drugs. Yeah. What we're here for is Diddy paying escorts. That's what we're here for. Yeah, everyone's done something illegal, but we're not here for that. We're not here for that. She could take that money, but we're not here for that. We here for the drugs that Diddy insisted that she take 10 times. We're here for the pink powder that Diddy had in the studio that he got for some random guy that he then gave out to all the women. We here for Diddy paying escorts and making them do things with her. That's what we here for. We not here for her taking this money. That's just me clowning. That's not what we here for. She could take a $10,000 gift. Oh, I took you away. Here's 10,000. That 10,000 wasn't for the sex. That 10,000 was for you to enjoy because I took you away from making your money. What we here for are the crimes, the drugs that Diddy keeps distributing to women, because she only took drugs in 2014 and 2015, but then Diddy insisted that she take drugs. And when she asked her friends at Diddy's house, was their drug safe? They said, yeah, it's the best, meaning the friend that used to date on Diddy been on this drug for a while. And we don't even know her story, but she ain't gonna come forward because she's engaged or probably married with a stupid nigga now, or probably got that nigga on alimony because this is 2021. So he probably got married fairly quickly, maybe in the summer of 2021. And then she got a divorce by 22 or 23. And then she's just getting money off of him and she's staying low key because it's probably a dumbass athlete that did it. But we're not here for none of that. We're here for the drugs. We're here for Diddy flying out escorts. We're here for Diddy abusing her. That's what we're here for. And it's getting good because we got text messages and we're just getting started and we got 5 days of this and we know it's about to get juicier and juicier and oily and oiler and higher because it's all about Diddy and what Diddy wants, and what Diddy wants, Diddy gets. But Diddy can't look at the jurors because now they're looking at him like, you dirty dog, you. And Cat Williams told us last year, or maybe it was the year before, these big dick deviants are going down, and damn it, Diddy, it ain't looking good because everyone was talking about the girl that got hung over the balcony. Remove her and insert this one right here. Ex-trafficking #2 charge plus transportation to engage in P-tuition. Now I'm gonna get back into this damn transcript from the courtroom because this shit is getting good, and this is what we all been waiting on. We didn't want to hear from no Enrique. We didn't want to hear about no hotel manager. We didn't want to hear about security guards. We didn't care about the motherfucking tape that Diddy paid for because we seen the real deal. We are here for the action. We want to know what Diddy has been doing behind closed doors, and it's got to come to the light. And today, we just cracked the door open and put our foot in that motherfucker, and we can't close it. We gonna open this motherfucker up wider than when he kicked in Cassie's door and threw that knife at her. We are kicking the door down, and we ain't stopping until we get to the bottom of this. So Westmoreland, you did a hell of a job with the girl on the balcony, but I want to see how you motherfuckers break this motherfucker down, because this is 2 to 3 days of on your ass. and it's gonna get good. I'm getting a little hot in here. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're here. We're here.
Cassie, come on.
What is up, BT? What?
It's getting good. This is what we've been waiting on. What Meek Mill say? What Diddy boyfriend Meek Mill say? Ain't this what we've been waiting for? Ain't this what we've been waiting for? Hercules. All right. What drugs had you used before? I used X twice in 2014 and 2015. You used it in Turks. Who suggested it? Shine did like 10 times in the pool. He gave me a pill. He said it would be more fun. I was walking down the beach with him and I fell. I think I was screaming too. They put me in the shower. KK did. Did you take another X pill? Yes, but a smaller dose. It made me feel relaxed, euphoric, sexual. It enhanced touch and sense. It made me feel more loving and flirtatious. So she fell down and bumped her crown. They decided, put her in the shower and give her more drugs. Oh shit, I just hurt myself. Give her some more X. Fuck, I stubbed my toe. Give her some more X. Fuck, I broke my arm, Diddy. Put her in the shower and give her some more X. Christina Courtroom, you were doing all of this? Christina Courtroom, you helped put her in the shower and put this on your tongue. That's what you did? You gave her a little bit more of that, just lift your tongue up, put this on your tongue. So she's injured and in the shower, and you say, put this in your tongue. Give us some more. What about coming down off that X? It was like your mind was kind of readjusting, coming down from a high. You're just tired. In the Bahamas, did you continue to take drugs? Yes, ecstasy. Who gave it to you? Diddy gave it to me. How much did he wire you? 10,000. We started to use the L word. He told me he was seeing multiple women. I was okay with it. I told you she was not groomed. She was not groomed. She knew exactly what's going on, but we're not here for their personal relationship and her knowing that Diddy had a plethora of women. We're here for them supplying the drugs in Turkey Caicos, supplying the drug in Miami, the pink powder. We're here for the drugs, the ecstasy in the shower, the ecstasy in the Bahamas. That's what we here for. Shh, it's just getting started. They love each other after one trip. After one trip. We started using the L word. He told me he was seeing multiple women. I was okay with it. Why? I liked him. Did you have the sense you had the option of a monogamous relationship? No. So she knew from the get-go that it wasn't going to be just one-on-one. No way. Until when did you continue dating Sean? Until his arrest? Any breaks? 2. The second in October of 2023 for 4 months. When did you get back together? February of 2024. How public were you? It was private. Did you post about your relationship with Sean on your social media? Only once. Where did you move? From the East Coast to LA. He gave me $6,000 for a move-in trip. In 2021, February to May, how often did you see him? Every other week. What did he give you? Jeez Louise, they going by fast today. What did he give you? He was sweet. He would give me money here and there, cash, wires, both. How often did you use drugs? Every time I saw Sean, ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, K or ketamine, Molly, enhanced like ecstasy, sexual. What else did he do? Horny, cocaine. It made me feel alert. I didn't like K. The walls were closing in. Comey said, in what context did Sean give you drugs? When we were having sex. What did you learn? So many things. How he liked to have pornographic playing. We get to the freak calls. Diddy like to have the flicks playing because he liked to tell you, just like the Punisher said, just like Cassie said, bend your ass over, toot that thing up. Oh yeah, I like it like that. Damn it, I like that. Yeah, that's why Diddy had them flicks on, because he wanted to direct his own. Oh, we getting somewhere. We getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. No, they didn't. No, they didn't make us think that this case was just about Cassie. I know you. What just about Cassie? I ain't heard nothing. He liked me in lingerie with high-end stripper shoes on. I was putting baby oil all over my body and his. What type of rooms? In his bedroom. How was it lit? We had red lights on. How did you feel? I loved them. Roxanne, you don't have to put on a red light. Diddy got arrested with over 40 pair of high heel stripper shoes in his closet too. The crazy thing is, in the end, not only does 50 win, but 50's baby mama is going to be a reason that Diddy is brought down. Diddy knew that that was 50's baby mama. So he wanted to fuck with her. And in the end, 50 wins. She gets exposed for being in freak offs and wilding out and being a little ex-worker. That's what 50 was calling her. And Diddy's about to go to jail. 50 wins in the end. That nigga does not give up when it comes to beefs. Diddy did not expect 50 to win by his baby mama bringing him down in court. Hey, 50 is the hey, all right, man. Hey, man, this is good. But we still haven't confirmed, guys. We still assuming. We still assuming. We do not know for sure. We can't put that on anybody. As of May 2021, what happened? I remember that when we would watch pornography, that up there he put pornographic, but it should have been pornography. When we would watch pornography, we would have a lot more fantasy conversation. Voice cracks. Do you need a break? No. We would search things on these websites he wanted me to do that he fantasized. Oh man. All right. In May of 2025, was there objection, Your Honor? Oh, okay. It wasn't May of 25. It was, oh, my bad. May of 2021. I'm sorry. Uh, where were you watching the pornography? Miami. I had been awake for 15 hours or 24. What drugs? Ecstasy, Molly. He said I can make it happen. Look, everybody, look, I told you, we cracked the code. Everybody knew it, man. Freak offs. These are about to get wild. So these freak offs are about to start hitting the course. I'm gonna try to censor what I say, but I'm gonna make it as close as possible as I can to try to get us through here. We got some full updates from CNN that'll fill in the blanks for us because we are just going over it, but it is more detailed. Let me go back. First night was amazing. Yeah, so the first night Diddy was smashing. Jane recalled that the first night was amazing. They made lots of love. Witness says she was head over heels for Diddy as they spent a one-on-one time on vacation. After spending time with Diddy in Miami, 2021, she and Combs went on another trip in February that lasted 15 days. I told him that my birthday was coming up and he was super excited. And he said we should go on an island getaway. She and Diddy went to Turk and Caicos and then the Bahamas. She said the assistant KK was there along with the chef, the photographer, the butler, and the barber. They spent 15 days on the trip. Jane said she remembers so many lovely things about the trip, and Diddy spent a lot of one-on-one time. Well, obviously, because y'all on a trip together. She said Diddy gave her a bracelet and ecstasy during 2021 Turks and Caicos trip. Jane Doe and Diddy took ecstasy around 10 times on a 9-day trip. She said she previously used the drug twice in her life. The first time Diddy gave her X, they were relaxing in a pool, she recalled. Holding out the drug to her, Diddy said, "Here, take this." Oh, yeah, that's what he always saying. Take that, take that. And said something like, "It'll be more fun." Shortly after taking the X for the first time, she fell onto the sand on the beach and had a reaction. His butler and KK tried to help me up. James, the KK is the nickname for the former chief of staff, Christina Quam. That's when they threw her in the shower because, you know, when everybody goes through it, you want to throw them in the shower to kind of give them that shock. But at the same time, that could fuck their heart up. If they lose like their heartbeat, you throw that cold water on their ass, they jump up, they can go straight back into shock and it could potentially kill them. So you really don't want to stick nobody in a cold shower. Although you see it on TV, it is a way to work, but everybody's body doesn't react the same. Diddy offered Jane $10,000 at the end of the trip because she'd been away from her work as an influencer for so long. He wired her $10,000. Jane testified was a lot of money for her at the time because she was broke and wasn't really getting no money. 50 got low child support. Jane describes deepening feelings for Diddy as an open relationship that lasted until his arrest. So she was still fucking with Diddy all up until the time he was arrested. That's why she went at 50, because she was supporting Diddy, not knowing that this would all backfire. And then she realized that the money stopped. So she's like, man, let me tell my story, which I don't have a problem with. She was a willing participant, but I doubt she was a willing participant to getting her ass whooped. So let's continue on. Even if she was a willing participant, Diddy still can't pay someone to have X acts with her. So that's still illegal, regardless if she is a willing participant. It's still illegal by the law. It just enhanced the touch and sense. Returning from the trip. All right, we already got all this. We don't need that. We need the updates on what's going on. Witness says Diddy flew her out of Miami regularly, but kept the two relationship private. 6,000 and moving, so she ended up moving out there. Blah blah blah. They ain't giving us nothing that we ain't seen. Jane describes an intense, affectionate relationship with Diddy. Jane said that between February and May of 21, they did drugs every time she saw Diddy, and he offered them when they had sex. They took X, Molly, cocaine, and ketamine. God damn, it's just there's no like, there's never like, hey, let's just have a drink or let's smoke some weed. It's like, hey, let's go to let's do it. You know what I mean? Like, Not let's just, let's just chill today. Let's, you know what I'm saying? Let's just drink some water, get a mojito or margarita or something on the beach. You know what I mean? Let's do drugs. Like, what the fuck, man? Come on, man. In that time, Jane said she learned about Diddy and how he preferred to have his. I learned how he liked it through pornography playing. I learned he preferred me to dress, and I just learned the things that he likes sexually. She said that he preferred her to wear provocative lingerie, really high stripper shoes, and to put baby oil on her body and his. She said they would have X in the bathroom at his home, lit red lights. They would have sex for 12 to 24. God, man, these are weeds. If you changed, they said they had sex for 12 to 24 hours. You changed this hours to minutes, and then you got me, baby. Jane testified that she loved these extra sessions during that period. I really love my partner, and I was just making love with my partner the whole time, and lots of affection and kissing and love making. There'll be some love making, so singing. She said her relationship with Diddy was very intense. I felt like Sean was really passionate. He brought a lot of passion out of me too. Jane said, and the way he would compliment me and be so into me, I just really enjoyed one another. All right, so let's go back over here and see what we got over here. Inner City Press. We're at 3 o'clock, so we got about an hour left on the stand. We're about to see what the hell is going on. That was 2000, 6 minutes ago. All right, so after that, it takes us to here. Who did you think this guy was? The fantasy guy. What did you think would start happening? Actual things between me and the fantasy guy. Oh, wait. We didn't already, we didn't skip the freak off. We didn't forgot the introduction. All right. We got to scroll it back a little bit. She had been awake for 15 hours or 24. What drugs? X, Molly. He said, I can make it happen. So that's when, okay, so they was watching the porno. They were watching the porno, and Diddy said, I can make it happen. Talk about whatever they were watching in the porno. So from there, they said, why did you say okay? I thought I was playing into a fantasy. But when I came out the bathroom, he was staring into his phone, really serious. He said, it can happen tonight. How did you react? I was like, tonight? Then okay. All right, here we go. Then we were in a hotel. I saw the assistants setting up the room. The lights were already red. Diddy sent out that freak off symbol. You know how they got the bat symbol that they put up in the air for Batman? He talking about, I can make it happen tonight. She's like, what, tonight? He's like, yeah. So he texting the assistants. We got the Enterprise. They got a hotel booked. Who booked this hotel on the fly like that? It had to be one of the assistants. So that means they were doing what the racketeering boss said. So the racketeering boss sent out the freak off signal. Everyone gets their phone. Freak off. Freak off. Oh shit. When that freak off signal go off, you got 10 minutes to get to the hotel. We need the baby oil. We need the candles. We need the red lights. We need the camera set up. So you got 10 minutes from freak off. Freak off. You got 10 minutes and the timer go off, and it's self-destruct if you don't make it to the hotel in time. So now they go from the house where he's already given her drugs to the freak off. Freak off. Okay. So the assistants were already there doing what they had to do. We need to know what hotel this was. All right. Do you remember which assistants? I don't know. He said there's someone coming. He knows the guy. I was super nervous listening in. Who did you think this guy was? The fantasy guy. What did you think would start happening? Actual things between me and the fantasy guy. He arrives and they start talking. It was a regular hotel or a suite? It was a suite. What did you do? I said hello to everyone. I saw Don. Who is Don? One of the entertainers. Publish the photo to the jury, not shown to the gallery. No personal information on it. Presumably, jewels was shown in the bookseller. So Jules One of the first ones, and the bookseller is the Punisher. So these niggas was still around in 2021, all the way from 2010, 2011. Jules was there and the bookseller. The Punisher was just talking about his book. So the Punisher was around all this time. Jules was still around all this time. Not even trying to switch up the freaks. Just a whole decade of payments from Diddy. Just a whole receipt full of payments from Diddy to escorts. Plus the drugs. So yeah, she's a willing participant, but once Diddy knows a guy and pays the guy to perform X, that's prostitution. Once you pay the guy to have sex with someone else, that's sex trafficking. But it's just a DV case, right? Let's continue on. This is what what we got? We got 142 in here. Let me get like 20 more likes. We up to, you know what I'm saying? Let me get at least 20 more likes in here. We doing it today. We getting all the information today. What next? I was on the couch with my robe on. My legs was crossed. I was nervous. What happened next? Sean said, stand up. And I did. And I started to dance to get my nerve up. I ain't come here for all of that. I came here to dance. That's it. What was Don wearing? Shit, that nigga was in his drawers. What was Sean doing? Beating his meat. He was masturbating? Yes. Was he talking? What was he saying? Diddy was being encouraging and sweet. I was ready to speed things up a bit. What do you mean? Get it done. Now, I'm not going to clown because she's sobbing now. Now she's thinking back on it. When it was sober mind, she's thinking back on it like, damn, nigga, I was on some fucked up shit. Okay. So now we're getting into it. The freak off is about to begin. I will, like I said, I will be cautious of what I say. Oh man, I hope y'all ain't got I hope y'all got on y'all oil slick shoes because it's about to get glistening. What was Sean doing? Touching himself. Was he getting one off? Yes, he was. Was he talking? He was being encouraging. I was ready to speed things up a bit. What did you ask for? A condom. What did Sean say? That these guys get tested all the time. Later, did Don wait? Whoa! Wait! Whoa! We're gonna need some order in the court tonight. We need some order in the court tonight. Order in the court. State, go ahead with your witness. What did you ask for? A condom. What did Diddy say? That these guys get tested all the time. Don't worry about that rubber. Let these random ass niggas get up in them guts. That's what Diddy said. Later, did Don leave? Yes. Then Sean and I made love. The next day I went home. Any boat trip? A nice yacht day. What the fuck? These guys get tested regular. Nigga, please. They get tested all the time. Don't worry about it. They're just some random niggas I hit up to come and fuck. Don't worry about it. They get tested all the time. Guys, don't worry. Don't be disgusted. They get tested all the time. Per Diddy. Per Diddy, they get tested all the time. How did you feel? I felt exhilarated. It was taboo. I had a good time with my partner. Did you think you'd do it again? No, or maybe a few times. Something taboo. How did things change? It opened up Pandora's box. Yeah, them freak offs came a little more constantly. Oh man, we get into the freak offs. It opened Pandora's box. I don't even know who Pandora's is to even know where her box is at to open. I always hear opening Pandora's box is sometimes a good thing, but I don't know where Pandora is. All right, Pandora's box is opened. There was so much of it afterwards, too much of it. How often? All the time. I went along. Later, did you tell him you didn't want to do it? She said yes. In writing or verbally? Both. Many times. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If we got text messages of her telling Diddy, I don't want to, and they still had to have a freak off? But Mo, it's just a DV case. All we heard is a DV case. The feds ain't bringing this just for no DV. That's a misdemeanor. They want federal charges on your ass. And then, oh, we got 40 minutes. Come on, keep going, keep going. They said this is 2 days. So they about to go like in depth into details of different freak offs. And if she has a story similar to Cassie's where Diddy said, oh yeah, I'm loving this, man. This is what we've been waiting on. She can consent. Again, there's nothing illegal about having freak offs. If Diddy wanted to bring some of his homeboys over and bring some girls over, and all of y'all came over here, it preferably don't do it under any like influence of any drugs or anything. Because once you take a sip of alcohol, you know, technically you're not able to consent. But if 5 guys invite 5 girls over and they all just want to go over there and do what they do and ball up and switch and do whatever, that's not illegal. But if one guy pays all those girls to sleep with these guys, that's illegal. That's prostitution. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's when it becomes illegal. So yeah, she could have consented to these freak offs, but as long as Diddy was paying Jules and the Punisher, every time he paid, that's an illegal act. That's what he's here for. You see what I'm saying? So she can consent to all of it. Oh yeah, I'll sleep with him, and him. But if Diddy pays them for that, that's when it becomes illegal. It's also illegal once Diddy gives her drugs. So, I mean, that part too, that's the distribution of drugs. But yeah, so you can do these freak offs. You see these weird shit they talking about. They just slept with like 300 men in a weekend or something, like OnlyFans. Like, as long as it's free, feel free to do what you want. But once you pay, you got to pay that price. Damn, feel free to, if it's free, feel free to do what you want. But if you pay, you got to pay the price. I like that. If it's free, feel free to do what you want. But if you pay, you got to pay the price. Oh, I like that. I mean, you can want to stop anytime. Like if I want to stop doing YouTube, you know what? I love doing YouTube, but you know what? I want to stop being on camera. I have that right as a human being. That's my right to stop whenever I want to stop. You could be in the act. See, it's different for women. For guys, if they say no or that's enough, that's it. You got to stop. You can't get another pump. You're going to jail, nigga. They tell you to stop, you got to stop. It don't matter if you already started. When they say no, no is no. Especially for men, y'all got to learn that shit and you got to learn it fast. That's why I don't do nothing. She got to be feeling a nigga like me because I ain't going down for no bullshit. I tell you that right now. But we back. I like my camera on. All right. What did Sean tell you about your rent when you said you did not want to have sex with him? No, you didn't want to have sex with other men. That he give me maybe 3 more months. How did you feel? Frustrated, obligated. Obligated to do what? Objection, Your Honor. Financial dependency. Diddy pays for all of this. And in order for you to keep receiving everything that you're buying, you got to do what the diddler says do. You see what I'm saying? You're not getting this money to do what you want to do. When you get this money, you do what the fuck I say do. That's that control. You see what I'm saying? That's that control. You see what I'm saying? That's where they're getting into the RICO here. Diddy's controlling everybody. We already heard that she was a bum. No disrespect, but that's what you said. You ain't had no money. 10,000 was a lot of money at the time. 10,000 is a lot of money for me right now, but you needed help moving from coast to coast. You needed that tip. You needed to continue to stay with Diddy for that money. But now you got that lifestyle. Now you feel obligated. See, from the outside looking in, we looking at it like, damn, you knew what you was doing. You was doing that for that money. But see, when it goes to that black and white, that financial dependency, that feeling obligated to do things because if you don't do this, he does that. That's that manipulation. See, the law don't give a fuck about your feelings. The law is in black and white. There ain't no reading between the lines with the law. What they put on that paper is what they put on that paper. So whether she felt obligated to continue doing this, when you got girls getting pimped out on the corner, yeah, they could run away, but they could potentially get beat or killed for doing that. So sometimes these decisions are tough to make. We haven't even gotten to the abuse yet because this is the honeymoon phase. This is when everything is all good. He done already got the drugs in the system. So now whenever she come through, he dope her up. He break her off some bread. So now it's like, okay, cool. You know, I gotta get by. Mine ain't where it is. The longer you're hired, the dumber you are. So boom, boom, boom. Keep giving her the drugs. Keep giving her the drugs. Keep breaking her off. Keep breaking her off. Everything in her life surrounded around Diddy. Oh, you should move to the West Coast. You know, I'll pay the rent and shit. She living on the East Coast, expensive as a motherfucker. She said she was an influencer and 10,000 was a lie. Couple 100,000 followers on Instagram ain't really making that money. Living check to check. They ain't really like that. Now she come out here, she depending on Diddy. But in order to continue to survive, because it's expensive as hell in LA, in order to continue to survive, Diddy got to front that bill. So she got to do everything that Diddy talking about. Now, could she say no? Yes, she could. Was she doing it for the money? Probably so. But did Diddy pay prostitutes? Yes. Did Diddy give her drugs? Yes. That's what we're here for. We're not here for the dumb decision that she was making by fucking with a friend, guy. We're not here for none of that. We're here strictly for the crimes. That's what the court is all about. Remove those feelings. We here for the crimes. Distribution of drugs, paying prostitutes. You know what I'm saying? Taking women to different places and paying prostitutes there, going across state lines, going to different countries. Yeah, we talking about the crimes that are committed. We're talking about bad boy assistants putting together freak offs. We're talking about bad boy assistants booking hotels. And then Diddy paying the prostitutes in those hotels where everyone around worked directly for Diddy. That's what we're in court for. That's what we're here for. Now, if she says she didn't consent and then an incident happened, then that's another charge that we could definitely bring up, the R word. But here, all I'm doing is just reading what we got and going over the laws. Where was her son doing all this shit? Who knows? Man, one thing, look, this is going to sound bad what I'm about to say. One thing about a freak, she'll always find somebody to watch the baby. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. All right, let's continue on. So we had objection in the sidebar. So we still in the sidebar. Okay, they're back. Oh, we right on time. That hey, we plugging in. Let me not say that. We filling in the blanks perfectly. Look at that, 46 seconds. We did good with that one. The state said, okay, we're back. Between 2023 to the time of his arrest, did he pay your rent and make you feel obligated to have sex with other men? Yes. What did you two call this night? Don't even fuck me up. Debaucheries? Or hotel nights? Yeah, that's debaucheries. Oh, debaucheries. Not debaucheries. Debaucheries. Or hotel nights. How often did you see him? So basically, yeah. What up, Detroit? Yeah, Magnolia. Basically, Diddy was just a billionaire pimp. That's all he was. That's all he was. But only he was the one paying. That's all he was. This is no different than a pimp. Damn, boy. You know 50 about to act a damn fool online. He called it, though. He called her a little ex-worker. All right, so let me see. How often did you see Diddy? She said often. Every time you see him, did you have hotel nights? Yes. Even though we spent a day or two together, after it all felt like a hotel night. Who decided when? On short notice. I always had childcare ready. See? I told you. One thing about a freak, she gonna always find somebody to get that damn kid. But Diddy was probably paying for the kid, like the child service, to have her whenever he wanted to. Hey, thanks Detroit for that $1.99. Mo is a genius. It was 50 Cent's baby mother. As soon as they said it was a single mother of one kid, I was like, man, there's gotta be 50. I was thinking Gina, but I had to like, no. Gina ain't got no kids that I know about. She lost a kid because of Diddy. So Gina really didn't testify. And that's why Jane Doe didn't want to testify, because it's 50 Cent's baby mama, and she knows this nigga 50 is about to use all of this in court to get custody of his kid, because she was a little ex-worker, and she lied and tried to say that 50 R-word her until he put that defamation lawsuit out on that ass. Oh, man, this is good. This is better than TV. 50 need to make a show. Well, hell, we got Raising Canaan. Damn, 50, you a fucking fool, man. You need to make a Get Rich or Die Trying Part 2, the older years. 50 need to make a show about him and Diddy and their like whole rivalry and stuff, and just exploit this goddamn freak off shit. That'd be good. I'd watch it. And you guys would too. All right. So on short notice, I always had childcare ready. Even though so every time they got together was hotel night. So Diddy was booking, like he was doing this all the way up until he got arrested, man. Yeah, 50 got a documentary coming out, but shit, you can spin this damn story all kinds of ways. All right, wait, hold on. Okay, we got that child care is always ready. She said, I was always put together. What do you mean? My hair done, nails did, my tan. He wanted me beautiful. Did you go out with friends? Not after that trip in summer of 2022. He was dismissive. In summer of 2021 to France. Damn. So Diddy wouldn't even let her go out with the friends because she had to be on freak off. Freak off. She had to be on call for this nigga. She couldn't go hang with friends. She couldn't go on no trips from summer of 2022. She had the French tips. She made sure the feet was done. The hair was always good. He wanted me beautiful. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is a disclaimer, guys. Disgusting. Disclaimer, guys. Disgusting. It's a repeat. It's a repeat. Did you go with your friend? Did you go out with friends? Not after the summer 22 trip. He was dismissive. In summer 2021 to France. I went to south of France with my friends. He was angry in my voice notes. Who did he want you to look like? Straight hair, ponytail when they had X. He wanted me to pierce where? My nipples. The porno password is. The porno password is. Nipple. What movie is that from?
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
The porno password is nipple. Y'all don't know that movie? Come on, man. Y'all got to be better than this. Come on, man. Between 2021 and the break in 23, I guess when much money? How much money did you make and how? Social media posts. But that went down because my presence went down. I was focused on Sean. He would give me money here and there. How much at one time? 20,000. Nah, it's not American Pie. Hold on, let me.
Introducing Samra Origins. My collaboration with Nespresso is a...
Golly, come on, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Come on, man. Y'all don't. Yeah, there you go. Lily, know. Y'all don't remember this?
I really.
This is a classic. I'm watching this tonight. The password is nipple. I'm having too much fun with this. This is supposed to be serious, man. Jeez Louise, come on, man, get right, man. Oh my goodness. I bet 50 did not know that this was going to be the down. I mean, not 50, but Diddy didn't know this is going to be his downfall. All right. Comey, did you tell him you wanted to make your own money? Jane, when OnlyFans got big, I told him I wanted to do it like one of my model friends. He gave me this hesitant energy like, nah. What is OnlyFans? Subscribe to models. I do nudity. When they go broke, OnlyFans is the only way to go. That's why, like Cam said, back in my day, no disrespect to any former H to the Izzos, but back in my day, we called them hoes. Now they OnlyFans. Now they Instagram models. They not living like that. They ain't making that money. There are a few that are making millions, but the rest of them, she's 50 Cent's baby mama and fucking with a billionaire and broke. How is that even possible? How is 50 your baby daddy and Diddy a billionaire and he's giving you money and paying for your rent, but you're broke? If he's paying for the rent, he's giving you $20,000. Keep the $20,000. Do I gotta teach you how to be a motherfucking Mac? Keep the money and tell that nigga to pay for the clothes. That nigga's paying for everything. You tricking off all your money on what? You broke as a motherfucker, and this nigga's giving you $10,000, $20,000. He's paying for rent. You're living rent free. All you gotta do is make like $5,000 a month. You living good. If you ain't gotta pay rent and you got $5,000 coming in, man, you living the life. You living the life. I'd get on there and do nudity. Yeah, why? Have a baby by me, baby. Be a millionaire. Who the fuck cares? How are you living? And this lifestyle is just, I just don't get it. Give me a sugar mama that breaking a nigga off a little bit of something. Give me a sugar mama that talking about, Julius, you ain't got to worry about the rent. You just got to throw that thing on Big Mama. Shit. Big Mama better be prepared to throw that thing back. Pay that rent, baby. Pay that rent. But it's just gonna be between you and me. It's just between you and me. We ain't paying nobody else. We got a good thing. Don't know if I'm gonna see you again. Yeah. How are they broke? How are they broke living like this? And had the nerve to tell us that they went on a girls' trip. You ain't going no girls' trip. You took a trip to Diddy land. And once you seen that old girl had a fiance, you said, shit, I'm broke as a motherfucker. And she was getting broken off by Diddy. Let me put my hand in the cookie jar. But you didn't know that cookie jar came with a trap. You put your hand in there as a motherfucking mouse trap in there. Now you're stuck in this shit. And now you feel like you're obligated to do all of this. Now, we haven't got, I mean, yeah, Diddy's committing illegal stuff. Yeah, she consented to have these freak offs, even though she was under the influence of drugs. And from what it appears, it seems like Diddy was just pumping them full of drugs, but Diddy was paying the prostitute, so that's illegal. But yeah, she was consenting to it, even though it's illegal. But we haven't even got to the trauma. This right here is surface level. We ain't even got to foot to ass. We haven't gotten to what we know that Diddy is capable of. So we're going to get into that. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This shit is interesting. Diddy didn't want nobody to look at her naked. Okay, but no X acts. Right. But he didn't approve. So they're asking, would you going to be on OnlyFans doing the Oochie Coochie? She said no. And Diddy didn't approve. Why did you feel you needed his approval? I felt he was my boyfriend. Sealed exhibit. What is this? My lease. April 4th, 2023. Now, you see this? Now she's so attached to Diddy. She already said earlier in her testimony that she knew that there wasn't going to be a monogamous relationship. She also said that Diddy told her up front that he's seeing multiple girls and she was okay with it. But now, since she's broke as a motherfucker, she sees Diddy as the boyfriend. So she's doing whatever Diddy say. Whether people do that on their own or not, you still can't take advantage of somebody. You still can't take advantage. Like, let's just, all right, remove the freak off. Like, morally, you're not, even if somebody does some stuff that you frown upon, like, the right thing to do is not take advantage of somebody. Like, people getting scammed, I'm not going to let, like, an older person that I know get scammed or, you know, that's what you're supposed to do. So if you see somebody that's doing everything for you, it's like, hey, you got to chill with all that. You're not supposed to lean into it and take advantage. Like, come on, man. Like, let's be real. Remove the freak off. Just morally sound. You're not supposed, like, my thing is I joke around with the Cash App stuff. I don't care if you guys donate or not. Like, it just me talking, you know what I'm saying, it makes some funny points. But like, if you ain't got it, then don't send it. I'm never going to tell anybody to do something that they ain't capable of doing. Or like, I'm not going to take advantage of nobody. I just don't understand that. Like, especially to this level, like you're paying for everything. You know this motherfucker ain't got no money, but you got the money and boom, 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 boom. You just got to do this for me. You get this, boom, 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 boom. And they thinking that there might be an end date to it, but it ain't. But it ain't. And guess what? They ain't never going to get out of that debt or whatever they in because you still there. And right when they feel like they about to fall off, what you do? You grab their hand and pull them back up. So now you the only lifeline that they got. So it's like, man, if we just remove all the crimes and everything, Diddy was just playing these motherfuckers because he had the money and he could. And if they wasn't going to go for it, another bitch will. That's a harsh way to look at it, but you know what I mean? It's a harsh way to look at it, but that's the truth, man. You know, I'm not trying to take advantage of nobody. If we splitting something, I'm showing you how much that shit costs, and I'm telling you this is what it is split. Now I do round up though. Let me make that clear. If it's like, say if it was like 50-47, okay, it was 50, that's 25. What's half of 47? Okay, half of 4 is 2, half of 7 is technically 3.5. So fuck it. We just gonna say that it's $50. You know what I mean? I round up, round down. It was up under 50 cents, so we just gonna round down to 50. Just give me an even 25. But I just don't understand people taking advantage of people though. I'm not, man, we just talking about it. Right now, we ain't even talking about the case. That's why I said remove all of that. What we talking about is just taking advantage of somebody. We not even, all right. We know that this nigga Diddy did all this wild shit, but that ain't what we here for. Me, I'm just trying to expound on it. Like, this is fucked up. Yes, she was making bad decisions, but we can't knock somebody for the bad decisions that they made. We got to look at the nigga that's taking advantage of the person making the bad decisions. You know what I mean? Because it's no different than people talk about, why do we get student loans? Ain't no one, you don't hear one person get mad at the people that took out the student loans. You hear everybody getting mad at the government, like, oh man, they got these interest rates so damn high. So that's what I mean, taking advantage of somebody. But let's continue on. So we got the lease from April 4th, 2023. How much was the rent each month? $10,000. So her rent was so high, he knew she couldn't afford it. $10,000. Sean said, let's do a love contract. It was a flirty thing. He asked, how much allowance did I want going forward? I said 15. He said 10,000. Yes, I wanted a beautiful home for balance. See? She couldn't even negotiate right. What? What have I always taught y'all? Go high. An allowance. If Sugar Mama come and tell me, Mo, you want an allowance? I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, I want 50,000 a month. All right, we can do 20. Okay, that'll work. So yeah, she's wrong for all of this, but we ain't here for her her missteps. We're here for Diddy. She said, I wanted a beautiful home for balance. What is this? A wire transfer to pay your rent? Yes. Who got you plane tickets to fly to hotel nights? His travel agent, Jess or KK. There you go for your sex trafficking. You guys wanted to know where was it? There you go. Diddy's travel agent or his chief of staff or Jess booked the flights to her to go to the hotels. That a freak off was going to take place where he paid a prostitute to have sex with her. There you go. Now stop saying this is just a DV case, because we have actual wire transfers and we have employees of the bad boy enterprise paying to send a woman to another city, another state to sleep with prostitutes that are paid by the behalf of a one Sean. John Diddy Puff Love Combs right there. That nigga right there. Guilty. That nigga's guilty. Now we got wires. Oh my goodness. Now we got wire transfers. With Cassie was different because they were together. For here, jeez Louise. What were the hotel suites like? Red light sheet everywhere for the excessive use of baby oil. How many bottles? Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Per hotel night, 24 bottles or more. What I tell y'all, when we first started this, a proper freak off is at least 20 bottles. 24. 1 dozen is, I think, 12. 12 roses, 12 eggs, a dozen eggs, a dozen roses. 2 dozen means 24. A proper freak off is 20 bottles. I told y'all that in week 1. A proper freak off is 20 bottles. And we got wire transfers. Oh my goodness. Nah, well, we don't know. We don't know if she was in the pool. We don't know if she was in the pool. Now her body's built a little bit different than Cassie. Now, have you seen Daphne Joy's body? Daphne Joy's body and Cassie's bodies are nowhere near the same. You don't need a full pool for Cassie. Daphne Joy, you might have needed a full pool, probably about 50 bottles, if you wanted to lather that thing up. This night exhibit not shown to the gallery. Where was this hotel night? In my apartment. What did you wear during these hotel nights? Lingerie, high stripper shoes. What would you and the other men do first? Objection, Your Honor. Rephrase. Boy, we got 5 minutes left, and we just now getting into the freakiness. I'm trying to see if we got another rephrase. just in case anyone cares. I know we still finish it. We not stopping this. Can't stop, won't stop. Now it's good. Elon Musk just tweeted out he's dropping the big bomb. He said the reason Donald Trump ain't releasing the Epstein files because he's in them. Elon and Donald Trump are going at it. I love it, man. It's a beautiful day to be alive, man. It is a beautiful day to be alive. Oh my goodness, we getting all the shit. 2025, what a time to be alive, except for Diddy. So we're waiting on the rephrase. Oh Lord, let me see. Jane says hotel nights with Diddy took place in multiple cities. She testified between May of 21 and October of 23. She had hotel nights with Diddy in Los Angeles, New York, Miami, Turks and Caicos. Jane usually discussed her travel arrangements with Christina Courtroom, Diddy's former chief of staff. His travel agent or one of his assistants, Combs paid for the travel, so Diddy paid for it all. Their times together typically followed a pattern, Jane said. The hotel room would be decorated with red lights, music, and bed sheets and blankets covering everything. She said the linens covered everything for the obsessive use of baby oil. They go through more than 24 bottles of baby oil in a night. So they would just put the sheets and the comforter all on the floor. Where you going to sleep at? Jane says her relationship with Diddy consumed her and hurt her income. She already wasn't making money before she got with Diddy. That income was already shot. She got with Diddy to get the income, but that's not what we're here for. Jane said her relationship with Diddy affected her ability to work and make income. I would say that when I was with Sean, I was really consumed by him. I was really consumed by Sean. She testified she made sure she was always ready for Diddy at a moment's notice. She made some money through social media, Jane said, but my presence on social media really declined after I prioritized this relationship. Diddy would periodically give her money, typically in amounts ranging from $5,000 to $10,000 if it was cash. Diddy would wire her money if it were a large amount, Jane said. The most he ever gave her at one time was $20,000 when she told him she needed furniture for her home, which he also paid for. You should have just been taking them $10,000 increments at one time, not mention no $20,000 at one time for the furniture. At one point, Jane proposed the idea of starting OnlyFans to make money. She said her friend made $4 million in 1 year. She thought she could be successful posting content like bikini, lingerie, or nude. She wasn't planning to post any X activity, Jane said, but Diddy was hesitant and told her to wait because then she would have her own money. Then she would have her own money and wouldn't be able to stop. Well, I mean, she would be able to stop doing what Diddy wanted her to do because, nigga, I made $4 million. I don't need your $10,000 for a free call. But if she was to stop and do OnlyFans, if OnlyFans, so now she's outweighing the cost, you know what I'm saying? You got to look at the cost weight average. You got to look at the benefits. If I do start an OnlyFans, if it don't kick off like it's supposed to, then Diddy ain't going to give me no money. Also, if I start an OnlyFans and it gets back to 50, 50's going to clown me. And he could potentially use that in court against me and get custody of the son. So then she had to make the decision. Well, I guess I could just stay here. I'm getting $5,000 to $10,000 plus rent being paid. So she decides to stay with Diddy. The freak offs continue. From May of 21 to October of 23, they're flying from different cities, state to state, country to country. Freak off, freak off, freak off. Hotel night. Freak off, freak off. Freak off, freak off. So she really had no choice but to stay in the game. And that's what the song comes. A rose is still a rose. Baby girl, you're still a flower. My only issue is you're 33 years old and you haven't figured out life yet. These are the decisions you're making. This is like a 21-year-old, a 19-year-old, an 18-year-old. We're only talking above age. 18-year-old to like 22, 20, maybe 24. Like you're 33 years old making these kind of life decisions. Now, we're not shaming the victim of these Diddy crimes, but still, these are the decisions you were making at 33 years old. That's like, come on, man. They make like $4 million a year off of OnlyFans, but most of them don't know that they got to pay taxes. So they really coming out with like 1.8, 1.9, maybe 2.1 on the good end. If you can write some shit off to try to get your expenses down for your business. But yeah, most of them, they make that money and then they think because they made $4 million, they could buy a $4 million house. Now you made $4 million, you didn't bring home $4 million. You still got to pay the taxes on that shit. Or they'll come home with $2 million after taxes. Then they're like, oh, I'm gonna buy me $1 million home. Now the problem is when you start buying these expensive ass houses, and this is why if you win the lottery, you don't want to start buying your family members $1 million houses. I know we going off track, but we don't have any updates at the moment. You don't want to buy them $1 million houses because they can't afford the upkeep of those houses. You buy them a house for, let's just do $1 million. You buy them a house for $1 million. The upkeep on that house is going to be somewhere around $50,000 to $60,000 a year, not including the taxes on the house. They can't afford that. So now the house is going to end up going into foreclosure because they ain't paying the taxes or anything. It's going to get seized, and you like, hey, I can't help you out. And they be like, hey, can you pay the taxes? But if I pay the taxes on that, then I'm taking the house. You see what I'm saying? So just a little bit of financial, I won't say advice, just me just talking out loud. But we're waiting on these updates. But this is pathetic, though. To be receiving $5,000-$10,000 with rent being paid and you're still broke, that's on you. That's an operator error right there. 10 minutes. All right, here we go. 1 minute. Nah, she ain't no late bloomer. Ain't no grace. After 30, you're done blooming. It's over with for us. Comey said, who would you greet? The entertainer. I was on drugs. Sean told me to touch myself. Then 6. Forgive me for asking, but oral or intercourse? Oral. Later, I would be with Sean. Would you clean up the ejaculate? No. Why you gotta do? So it would just be around. So I guess they just left it there. All right, man. What we got the other day I'm pretty sure this is over with, but is that the last update? All right. How long were you at the hotel nights? 20 to 30 hours. We could break here. Jurors, we may start staying later. Do not speak with each other about the case. All rise. Well, we good. We good to go. So this evening is concluded with a 5-hour live to 4:50 at 1. Oh, man. There you guys go. We got some action. So we're going to get right back into the action tomorrow. So Friday, you guys tune in early. We're going straight to freak off mode tomorrow morning. Straight freak off mode. We ain't playing around. Bring your own baby oil because you don't want to use the oil that they got. We going straight into freak off mode tomorrow morning.
Make some noise. Cassie, come on.
What is that, BET?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make one. I'm probably do one over the weekend, man. Because tomorrow, all right. So we got BMF. So tomorrow when I get off, I'm gonna try to record a BMF recap. I might get up early. I don't know. Stay tuned. I might watch BMF on my website, commercialmo.com. I'll put it in the Discord if I do get up in time, and I'll put it on the community board. So we might watch a BMF first. But all jokes aside, tomorrow morning they're gonna pick right back up with Jane Doe. They're gonna pick right back up with Jane Doe. We are in the middle of the freak offs. How long they were there. They do have exhibits, so I'm sure that they're going to probably go more in depth with that. They're going to show some control. They did say that they were going to be up here for 2 to 3 days with Jane Doe. So we haven't even got to the assault or anything. So yeah, we were joking around and, you know, all that. But once we get into that, it will be more serious and it won't be as many jokes unless it's, you know, a tasteful joke or we clowning Diddy. Again, I'm not here to say if Diddy's innocent or guilty. All I am is just laying down what the laws are, what the crimes are, and any action that he does, I try to link it up with it. But this is the prosecution, so that's why I'm doing it. But when the defense get up here, of course, I'm gonna be trying to think of ways that the defense could try to defend this, but I'm not defending Diddy. I'm just looking at it from a defense lawyer's perspective. I don't care if Diddy's innocent or guilty, so don't ever look at me for like using my emotions about this case. My saying is rinse through on the first. I don't like this doesn't change anything about my life. I got to get up and go to work in the morning. I don't give a fuck what Diddy's doing after this. But yeah, so we'll be back tomorrow. Subscribe to my other channel, The Mo You Know. I do have all of these clips cut up. Well, they're starting to air now because I had to wait. Some of them wouldn't download, but I'm starting to cut them up so you don't have to go and listen to the whole 5-6 hour lives. They're cutting up. I do have YouTube shorts that just be like little quick tidbits that are coming from CNN. So I have those posted up every hour on hour. There will be one. And we're going to keep that other channel rolling. I think we need 120. I think 120 or 125 subscribers on The Mo You Know is pinned in the chat. So do me a favor, subscribe to that channel. We're almost at 53,000 over here on this channel. Support the channel. Cash App's pinned in the chat. And also, if you want to join the Discord, it's pinned in the Discord. You can talk about anything, TV shows, movies. If you want to just talk about regular life stuff, we got a cool little community over there. You know, that you always get a good morning text from the ladies. They always going, good morning. You know what I'm saying? Give you some words of encouragement. You know what I'm saying? So the Discord is cool. You know, they join that. You know, they join that. We also do TV shows and reviews. If you're new to the channel, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. I'm not with bad boy. I'm not a bad boy. I'm a part-time judge, full-time doctor, full-time fool. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And you can run, but you can't hide. I'm Mo.J.
You can run, but you can't hide.